You are walking through circle and then you put your hands in your pocket and say, hey, my phone. Hey. What do? We're looking at phone tracking today this morning on our tech segment at 6:30.
It means the magicians have done it.
Don't be small.
Yeah, circle and phone lost. They've done it.
Panic mode.
How do you track your phone?
Panic mode 101.
It's straight up. Places where phone can turn into soap. You know, we'll show you how to not track your soap, but track your phone in about 33 minutes. So you stay tuned. Welcome to GTV Breakfast. And there'll be a conversation on what to put in your will. Okay? What can you put there? What can you not put in your will? It's a big conversation, of course, jumping off Achimota Forest and Sir John and all those conversations we've been having.
And special prosecutor investigating estate.
Indeed. So that's a conversation. What to put in your will right about 8:30 on today's show. What else do we have?
So, for me, I'll be talking to Sina Soul and the beauty queen, and we are going to do something around Switzerland. That's what we look forward to. And then also, topping the trends on Twitter, Ajwa Safo is trending. Do you know why she's trending? Let us know via our WhatsApp or via GTV Breakfast on all online platforms. Look for us and let us know why Ajwa Safo is trending. Also, my guys Jay and Alan already in town. We'll be looking at what traffic looks like, and we'll be going to an area in Kuntunse called Satellite. Do you live in Satellite? Do you know what Satellite looks like? Do you know what Satellite? Me, I don't even know where Kuntunse is.
You gotta mention the name right. Ajwa Safo.
Oh, you mean that one? Ajwa Safo is top on the trend.
You gotta mention the name right. You know?
Oh, I'm sorry, mate.
Yeah. Ajwa Safo.
I'm just having a good laugh at your expense because all these accents, please. I beg, can I just speak like myself? Thank you for joining us. It's GTV Breakfast. Today I'll be sitting down with the ladies to look at the stories in the newspapers. Parliament is broke. That's what the speaker is saying. So if you are broke, you're in good company. Parliament is broke. So we'll interrogate the stories on the front pages of the newspapers and on online portals. This is GTV Breakfast, made possible by Wick Purified Water and Adonko Next Level Energy Drink. And I say a big shout to Biggest Scissors for my lovely outfit today. And I'll make some birthday shouts to two awesome brothers later on in the show.
Okay, so this is a House of Nuchuga representing in the red. I was testing it yesterday and my son said, do you have an event? I said, no, I don't have an event. I'm going to work tomorrow.
It's House of Nuchuga.
Yes, House of Nuchuga.
And then
test it.
This is Akusika Clothing. Akusika, thank you.
Thank you. No, you're going to put some American swag into it.
Oh no, Akusika, they mention the name Akusika.
Okay.
Are you going to say Akusika?
Yeah, it's all about accents these days, man. You can follow me on TikTok at Coffee Day 7 TikTok. And you can follow Ghana Broadcasting Corporation.
And we are on Twitter. We're on Twitter, of course. We're on Twitter. As TVC Online.
Not an idea.
Facebook.
Not an idea.
We've got Maltidi, Saida Sadiq for the news at 6. And we got the sports at 7. Right here on GTV Breakfast. CAF Volunteer.
Good morning, thank you for joining me on this side. It's GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. I am Maltiti Saida Sadiq. We're streaming live across the world on DSTV channel 278 and on Facebook at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Our stories that are making headlines this morning: the Speaker demands funds from the Finance Ministry. Also, NADMO starts sensitization on floods in the Upper West region. And we'll take you to Nkranza too to see what the police are saying concerning the riots that happened there. On the international front in Senegal, a hospital fire kills 11 babies. Let's start off from Ghana and the automotive industry, where Isuzu Motors is the latest automotive company with a desire to pitch its tent in Ghana to do business. Calling on President Akufo-Addo at the Jubilee House in Accra, the president of Isuzu Motors South Africa, Mr. Billy Tom, said the company will assemble light, commercial and pickup vehicles in Ghana.
Ghana is progressively realizing her dream of becoming a hub for the automotive industry in West Africa. Isuzu Motors South Africa, which has operated for the past 50 years, is the new kid on the block. Calling on President Akufo-Addo at the Jubilee House, the president of the company, Mr. Billy Tom, Ghana is the first location to set up an assembling plant after South Africa.
Africa is our home. Every vehicle we produce, we sell around the continent. We sell light commercial vehicles to about 30 countries in the continent. And we want to grow our visibility.
President Akufo-Addo said the automotive policy seeks to industrialize the country and facilitate investment to grow the economy. Global automotive giants including VW, Toyota, Nissan, Zonda Trucks have already established their presence in Ghana. Edward Nyakun reporting for GBC News.
These stories. Now, the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has presented 75 buses and 5 pickup vehicles to selected senior high schools in the country. The buses are part of the government's drive to build a sound educational system capable of producing a critical mass of students equipped with essential skills for a successful transformation agenda.
Since the introduction of the government's flagship free SHS program for access to quality education in 2017, a number of initiatives have been rolled out to support the program, and the distribution of the vehicles to senior high schools is one of them. Already, more than 750 pickups and buses have been distributed to some selected district directors of education service, heads of senior high schools, circuit supervisors and senior high schools since 2020 to enhance supervision and enhance the transportation in various schools. The latest is the distribution of 75 buses and 5 pickup trucks to 80 schools. These buses are expected to enhance transportation for the schools as well as field work of the students. The Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, said the overriding objective of the free senior high school policy is not only to increase enrollment but to enhance quality education, and the buses will further enhance quality education.
Now, the Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Alban Bagbin, is asking the Ministry of Finance to immediately pay the full funds allocated to the country's legislature. Speaking on the floor of Parliament on Thursday, Mr. Bagbin said delays in releasing funds by the ministry is making it difficult for the House to run its daily business.
Even us at this time, we don't have any releases from the Ministry of Finance for us to run Parliament. So we'll be running Parliament on some areas of last year. It's not easy. And so sometimes we see your request for me to approve for you to do some things are declined. It's not because I love declining your request. It's because we don't have the wherewithal to fund those operations. And I think the Ministry of Finance should not treat Parliament like a ministry or MDA. I will emphasize this again. This is an arm of government. We are not part of the MMDAs. We have even been written to reduce our budget in some areas by 50%. Yes. And so if they want Parliament to run aground, they should let us know. The Speaker is not ready and prepared to be blamed for inability to get Parliament going on just because we are not getting the necessary funding. Others may have some hesitation in saying it. I don't have.
I want to assure you that we will do the needful, everything and anything within our means to engage further and ensure that ultimately we'll be able to resolve these matters. Speaker, taking the matter further, there are also statutory payments that have been outstanding for a while. The refreshing news is that the Finance Ministry is just about making payment in terms of NHIA, GET Fund, and Common Fund.
Let's stay in Parliament. That the Privileges Committee of Parliament has agreed by consensus that the meeting on the 3 absentee MPs will not be made public due to the sensitive nature of reasons brought up by the absentee MPs. The MPs in question include Ayawaso Central MP Mr. Henry Korte, MP for Asin Central Mr. Kennedy Ohene Ejapong, and Dome Kwabenya MP Ms. Sarah Ajua Safo. The ranking member of the committee, Mr. George Ricketts Hagen, briefed the media after the first meeting of the committee yesterday.
COP Kwesi Fori told the media that as part of the administration's redefined communication strategy, they hold on till they have accurate information before going public in order not to interfere with the investigations. He said the police is going about its professional duty and must ensure that in all cases affected persons are informed before statements are made public. DCOP Kwesi Fori spoke about what the police has done so far with investigations into the 2 deaths.
The regional police commander engaged the family, traditional authorities, opinion leaders, and the youth.
We do apologize for the wrong clip there, but the Director General in charge of Public Affairs at the Ghana Police Service, DCOP Kwesi Fori, says the IGP and his team have put forward a request to the family of Albert Donko, an indigene in Nkranza, who died in police custody after he was picked up on the 25th April 2022, and Victor Kwejo Wusu, who also died during clashes between the police and the youth of Nkranza, to work with the police for an immediate post-mortem to complete their investigation. DCOP Kwesi Fori was speaking to the media at a news conference in Nkranza and said clinical psychologists have been assigned to offer psychological support to police personnel and their families, as well as the deceased families.
DCOP Kwesi Fori told the media that as part of the police administration's redefined communication strategy, they hold on till they have accurate information before going public in order not to interfere with the investigations. He said the police is going about its professional duty and must ensure that in all cases affected persons are informed before statements are made public. DCOP Kwesi Fori spoke about what the police has done so far with investigations into the 2 deaths.
The regional police commander engaged the family, traditional authorities, opinion leaders, and the youth to exercise restraint as we look into the issue.
DCOP Kwesi Fori said ballistics experts have been deployed to Nkranza to assist in the investigation.
Following these attacks, the IGP dispatched a high-profile team led by the Director General in charge of administration to provide strategic leadership for the ongoing operation to restore law and order.
He said the 2 families will be key in the post-mortem.
IGP and his team put forward a request to the families to work with the police for the post-mortem on the bodies to be performed immediately to facilitate the completion of the investigations.
DCOP Kwesi Fori said the police administration's attention has been drawn to a photograph circulating on social media with a caption, "Albert Donko and his friends police officers in Nkranza."
We would like to urge members of the public to be circumspect in their commentaries on these matters and desist from taking advantage of the situation to man the peace and security at Nkranza and its environs.
The IGP and his team has met with all stakeholders
and opinion leaders in Nkranza as part of his fact-finding mission to the area. The IGP has assured residents in the area that all the perpetrators are brought to book. He charged residents, particularly the media, to be circumspect in their commentary on the issues surrounding the death of Albert Donko and Victor Kojowusu.
Let's go to court, where the Supreme Court has ordered the Attorney General's Department to file a statement of case and reply to the suit against passage of the Electronic Transfer Transaction Levy (e-levy) within 14 days. This follows a decision by the Apex Court presided over by Justice Clemens Onyenuga to grant a motion from the AG's department for extension of time to file their statement and reply to the suit. Minority Leader Mr. Haruna Idrisu and two other minority MPs filed the suit at the Supreme Court contending the passage of the e-levy by Parliament.
In the application, a principal state attorney who represented the AG's department said the department needs more time to file their statement of case against the application by the three NDC MPs. Mr. Godwin Tamaklo, lawyer for the applicant, said even though they were not against the application by the department for an extension of time, they will not waive their rights to reply to the AG's statement of case when filed. Mr. Justice Clemens Onyenuga ordered the AG to file their statement of case and reply within 14 days from Thursday, May 26, 2022. The respondents are to file their reply upon service. The minority leader, Mr. Haruna Idrisu, and his colleagues, Mr. Samuel Ukujetu-Ablakwa and Mr. Mahama Ayariga, filed the application at the Supreme Court challenging the constitutionality of the passage of the Electronic Transfer Transaction Levy, popularly referred to as the e-levy, by Parliament. The three MPs on April 19, 2022, filed an application of interlocutory injunction on the implementation of the e-levy, which started on May 1st, 2022. However, a 7-member panel of the court dismissed the application in a unanimous decision, stating that greater hardship will be caused to Ghanaians if the e-levy is put on hold.
Let's still stay in court, and the Court of Appeal has dismissed an application for stay of proceedings filed by embattled Asin North Member of Parliament, Mr. James Jachi Kwesen. The panel of 3, presided over by Justice Henry Anthony Kofi, ruled that the applicant has not demonstrated exceptional circumstances that warrant the grant of stay of proceedings. Lawyers for the Asin North MP, led by Mr. Chachu Chikata, had prayed the Court of Appeal to stay his criminal trial at the High Court, raising constitutional concerns regarding 3 of the 5 criminal charges. These include knowingly making false statutory declaration and false declaration for office, which he argued will require the Supreme Court's interpretation.
Mr. Chikata said due process in a criminal charge requires that an accused person be aware of the elements of the charge that has been brought against him, and this is why issues of Article 94, Clause 2, subsection A is key in the matter. But a principal state attorney, Mr. Richard Jembibi, however, disagrees on grounds that the applicant did not meet the threshold for stay of proceedings. Mr. Jachi Kwesen is facing 5 counts of deceit of public officer, forgery of passport or travel certificates, knowingly making a false statutory declaration, perjury, and false declaration for office. The state holds the view that Mr. Kwesen allegedly made a false statement to the passport office that he did not hold a passport to another country at the time he applied for a passport. The MP is also accused of making false declaration to the Electoral Commission that he did not owe any allegiance to a foreign country when he filed to contest as parliamentary candidate for his constituency. He has pleaded not guilty to all 5 criminal charges and is currently on a 100,000 Ghana cedis bail bond. The state started criminal proceedings against Mr. Jachi Kwesen after one Mr. Richard Techimensa petitioned the police over his actions. The Supreme Court on April 13, 2022, restrained Mr. Jachi Kwesen from holding himself as an MP for the area and also carrying out any parliamentary duties or functions on behalf of the constituency.
The case continues at the Accra High Court on Wednesday, June 1st, 2022, where the court is expected to set a date for the commencement of criminal proceedings.
Let's go to the Upper West region. Let's look at floods now. The Upper West Regional Directorate of the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, says it is stepping up its sensitization drive ahead of the rainy season in flood-prone districts in the region. The regional director of the organization, Mr. Mustafa Ahmed, said even though NADMO has no control over disaster, it has learned lessons from last year's floods where 4 people lost their lives and several farmlands were destroyed. Swala Abdul Wahab has more in this report.
Wa, the regional capital of Upper West, is one of the municipalities which experiences floods anytime it rains heavily. Some residents attribute the perennial flooding to building on waterways. Last year, the region saw one of the worst floods where major roads were washed off and thousands of farmlands destroyed. The regional director of NADMO, Mr. Ahmed Mustafa, says measures are being put in place to minimize the impact of floods anytime they occur this year.
Lessons have been learned from last year's flood and its negative effect to the people of Upper West region. And as some of the lessons that we learned, I have since deployed all my operations staff to, as a matter of urgency, go to some districts and municipalities that we have declared flood-prone areas. Normally, we declare some of these areas because the standard are that when it rains more than 2-3 hours, you should experience some level of flood here and there. But there are some places, the moment it rains an hour, you experience flooding. So when you earmark some of these areas, you identify it to be a flood-prone areas. For instance, in the one municipality, we have identified some suburb within the municipality as a flood-prone areas. And my operations officers have started the sensitization to the residents.
Mr. Mustafa is, however, worried about indiscriminate infrastructural development on waterways, which are often cited as one of the causes of flooding.
Some of those things you see springing out in town, I can confidently say that my outfit has not been consulted. I only call on the officers involved as and when I receive a petition from some residents around those areas. And that is why I am calling on all stakeholders to assist NADMO Act to be more operationalized, in that we can at any given time issue our permit to individuals who wants to build.
For GBC News, Swala Abdul Wahab. Wa.
Away from floods and the Upper West region, let's go to the international front and see what's happening around us in Africa and the world. And in Western Senegal, rather sad news, grieving families continue to come to Mame Abdou Aziz S.Y. Dabak Hospital in Tivwane for answers after 11 newborn babies died after a blaze broke out late on Wednesday in the neonatal unit, leaving an entire population deeply affected. The maternity unit was equipped to take care of 13 babies. 3 babies were saved. President Macky Sall has declared 3 days of national mourning and sacked his health minister.
Initial reports suggest the fire was caused by a short circuit. 3 babies were saved from the fire. The fire spread very quickly and emergency services were still at the scene. The hospital had been newly inaugurated. In a tweet, President Macky Sall expressed his sympathy to the mothers and families, noting that it is unfortunate and extremely painful. The Health Minister Abdullahi Diop Sarr says an investigation is underway into the cause of the fire. The incident has sparked a wave of ignition on social media over the state of the country's healthcare provision. Rights group Amnesty International has urged the government to create an independent commission of inquiry to determine responsibility and punish the culprits, no matter the level they are in the state apparatus. Amnesty called for all Senegal's neonatal wards to be inspected after a similar incident occurred in the northern town of Linguère last year. 4 newborn babies were killed there after a fire broke out at the hospital's maternity ward. At the time, the mayor said there was an electrical fault in the air conditioning unit of the maternity ward. Wednesday's tragedy also follows a national outcry over the death of a woman in labor, Astu Sukna, who died while reportedly begging for a cesarean during her 20-hour labor ordeal. Her unborn child also died.
Now, Tunisian President Kais Saied has issued a decree calling voters to a referendum on a new constitution on 25th July. According to official notice, there will be one question on whether people agree with the new constitution.
Official reports say that the polls will start at 6 o'clock to 22 hours local time. It comes after the president named an advisory committee to draft a new constitution for a new republic amid opposition's calls to reverse the move. The country's main President's action unilateral. President Said has pushed through a series of moves, expanding his powers and dismantling elected institutions since last year when he suspended parliament. He announced the plan for a new republic earlier this month.
And it's now time for us to get the weather update so that we'll know, are we going to see the sun shine on us today, or we're going to experience some showers like yesterday. Felicity Ahafianyo, who is the head of Central Analysis and Forecasting at the Ghana Meteo Agency, joins us on the phone lines. Good morning, Felicity.
Good morning, my sister.
How is the weather going to look like for us today till the weekend? I'm sure a lot of people have some activities planned out.
Yes, today is looking pretty good over the 16 regions. Some areas will have cloudy this morning, and then some will have partly cloudy sky. Those of us over central western part of Ashanti, our sky will be cloudy this morning. Then later the sun will break through, giving way to partly cloudy situations. Temperatures will also be on the mild side, pretty good for any outdoor activities, except that it's wet, so we just need to be a bit careful. For Greater Accra, temperatures will go as high as 31. Those over secondary Accra will have 30, going to Kumasi 33. Likewise, those over Koforidua, a brief. You are going to Sunyani, yours will be 34. Tamale Yendi 35, 36. Going to Bolga, Navrongo, Boku will be 37 degrees Celsius for today. So the day is going to be pretty good. No much rain activities is expected. But then we have another system which is still in Nigeria is pushing in, which we are anticipating it for the evening, which is likely to affect the southern sector and then part of the transition. So in the evening, it's likely we'll have scattered cases of rain and thunder over southern Ghana. Tomorrow the day will be okay, but then the morning, Greater Accra is likely to see cloudy weather with slight rain in the morning. The day becomes free for any outdoor activity. Sunday, the start will also be good for church activities, but then late afternoon to evening, some areas over the transition parts of the north and then the forest belt will have a pocket of thunder clouds forming, which will later merge and then result into isolated scattered cases of thunderstorm with rain.
Right. Thank you so much for those updates on the weather. Felicity Ahafionyo is the head of Central Analysis and Forecasting at the Ghana Meteo Agency. So you know how your weekend is going to look like if you have the sun or if you see some cloudiness or the rainfall. And that's it for GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. You can watch us across the globe on DSTV. We're on channel 278. Carry us along to work on your phones, on Facebook at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, where we're streaming live. Up next is Tech Tips. Cafe standing by with his guests, and we'll bring that to you. You don't want to miss the conversation on a will, how to put in a will with lawyer Maurice Ampao. Till we stand down with the ladies as well. I'll be back at 7 with the sports news. Stay with us.
we on? Oh, we are on. Hey, what's up? Good to have you here. You caught me having some good oats for my breakfast. And just imagine that you're walking through Circle, and then you put your hands in your pockets, and all of a sudden your phone is missing. What do? To help us find out how to track your phones, I've been joined by David Jedu. He's the CEO of Cyberzone GH, and he is going to show you how to track your phone down. Have you ever lost your phone?
Yeah, calf.
And you were able to find it?
Yeah,
you were able to find it. How common is it, man?
It's not too much common if you don't know what you are doing, but if you know, yeah, it is. But my own, it was an iPhone, so I just did the find my iPhone, and I was able to locate it, and that it happened within some 30 minutes, so I was able to find it. But when it happened, maybe a day or two, that's where the challenge comes in.
Yeah. So. For the non-iPhone people, what can they do really?
Oh yeah, so today we are going to demonstrate how to find your iPhone or find my device, your phone, if your phone gets lost, and also how to even track. You know, it's about tracking. You know, people feel that you know, you have issues with someone and you want to know the person. This one, you know, when you are tracking someone, it's not legal. It's illegal to track someone without his or her knowledge. So you normally have to go to the court for court order, then the police, you send a report to the police before you do the tracking. But this time we are talking about in a case whereby you are looking for your child or maybe your own device, you can't find it. How can you track it?
Okay.
So that's what we're talking about.
All right. And how important is it to do this quickly? Say somebody, you realize that your phone has been stolen, or the time delay, is it important?
Yes. See, if you delay, that means there's probability that your phone might be taken away too much away from you. So the minute that you see that your phone is no more with you, you get someone's mobile phone. If it's an iPhone, if it's an Android phone, you get an Android phone, you get signed up onto Google. We are going to demonstrate for you to see what we mean by that. Then you quickly search for it. Sometimes you're able to use a sound on the phone, so that if the phone is around you, assuming you're in the studio and I can't find my phone, then definitely it's around here. That someone has taken it, so I can play a sound and it's come out loud. Or I can even look for the location to determine that no, the phone is still around this place. So let me look for it more.
Okay. So I'm ready for the demonstration. Are you ready?
I'm ready, Carl.
Okay, so let's go. We're going to find out how we can find your device if it's been taken away from you. This is GTV Breakfast. David, let's go to the screen.
All right.
And you're going to show us exactly what to do. All right, you're watching GTV Breakfast, and today we are in the classroom for practicals.
Yeah.
With David Jedu.
Yeah.
Okay, so my phone is missing.
Yeah.
And what do I do? Where do I go?
So you just take someone's phone, right? Then you go to Google, right? Already you have a Gmail account that has been signed on to the phone. So when you're using your mobile phone, they ask you to sign a Gmail. So if you're assuming it's gtv@gmail.com, you have to have it. So you know that's your password. So you come to any favorite browser. It can be Safari, it can be Chrome. We are using Microsoft Bing. So you come here and look. You just type in here. Find my device.
Find my device.
Find my device. So you come to find my device, then you come here, you click on it.
Okay.
Right. So already we've logged on to this platform already. So we've used Galaxy because of security reasons. We are not showing our password or our email to the public.
Sure.
So we have Galaxy S8 here. All right. So here, this is a phone connecting. It's connected. Right. Now I can play a sound. If the phone is around, it will ring. Now also here you see. That means we are around this side. So this is where the phone is.
Yep.
So this shows that the phone is around this area. You see. So you have the presidential. This is around GBC.
Yes. That's you can see Ghana Broadcasting Corporation.
Yeah.
And so the phone is somewhere there. Somewhere.
You understand? So this will give you a clue about where your phone is. Assuming the incident happened around Circle, and you do this and you see the location around Tema. So there was an instance whereby I think it was trending on social media some time ago, where someone lost his iPhone around California and was able to track it and saw the iPhone in the Circle.
Sure.
I'm telling you,
hey, maybe there we reach now.
Yeah, so the phone happened. I think, according to the story, it was almost about 3 weeks.
And the phone moved from
California to the shopping Circle.
Cool.
So they were able to use, for them, they use what we call Find My iPhone. So that one, you come here, right? This is for the iPhone. So you log in, you log in, then you also go through the same process to find it, right? So that is it. Now let's talk about CAF. You know, sometimes you want to get the location of someone, or maybe you want to know where your son or something, like you want to find a location. We have something we call IP loggers, you know, IP addresses. Now you can do that to get someone's location through what we call IP logger. Now the IP logger has an IP geolocator. This one is not giving you a specific location, but this one is giving you so let's say if you are talking about let's say Abelenque, it will take you to a geographical boundary, so that you know that this is where likely that
generally it's going to be
the person will be around. All right, so they should take note of it. It's not to give you the pinpoint location of the person. Right. So this one, you come to Google, right? Then you search for IP logger, right? But please be very careful. This, you don't have the right to track someone, right? We are doing this for educational purpose. We are showing you in case maybe there's an emergency that your son, or you want to find a location of someone.
And the person will have to be has a phone, so you will find them using this.
Using this, right?
So you do that, IP logger.
You go to IP logger. You see here, they say location tracker. So you go to the location tracker. Already you've opened it here, right? You come here. So you come all the way down here. You scroll the way down, and we have a lot of these. So you go to here, you see location tracker, right? So if you just click on it, you go to the location tracker. Then here, what we do here is that we come to location tracker, you generate it, right? So then you come here to copy it. You copy the link. Then normally when you want to go to the advanced level, this one goes with the IP logger. So if someone knows, he will not click the link. That's why we always say that be very careful about the links that we click. So for me, if I want to make this one advanced, I have a way I can go to URL shortness to shorten it. I can even embed this link in an image and send to you. So I can just come to WhatsApp here. I think I can come to WhatsApp here and I'll send to you, right? So when you click on the link, you come to here, you come here, you see that the location will start be recording here for you. So that is how we normally do it at the basic level. Now we have the advanced level that you can go. This is a basic level that you can do. We have advanced level that you can go. That's why I said that I will get the IP, the location, I will get this one, I will embed this one in a file or in a picture. I can even embed it in maybe a URL, let's say gbc.com, and send to you that, oh, CAF is on air, he's doing something pretty, can you go and watch? When you click on the link, then I will start tracking
my movement,
your location. And I'm saying that this one gives you, it's a geolocator. So it gives you a specific geographical boundary. It does not really give you the exact place. So if you are talking about maybe circle, it can give you around, so that you know that the person is around that. So this is IP logger and IP geolocators.
When would somebody need to use this?
Okay, so you will need to use this maybe when you have a problem with, maybe assuming I have an issue with you. So normally it's used by the security agencies. So I have an issue with you, I'm trying to find out where you are. You know, for me, the worst time I have used it, CAF, was very funny. If I don't know, I will share, like, I think around the Mother's Day, and my woman asked me, like, she said she was going somewhere. I didn't trust her on that. So I just sent the link to her. So when she clicked, I knew that she was not at the mom's place. She was at somewhere else. So you see, that was the worst thing I have ever done.
She's still your woman.
Oh, yeah. So that is it. So, but probably you can also use it for business sake, assuming you want to do a business with someone, CAF, and especially on social media today, because how do we authenticate or verify the people we talk to on the social media? Assuming I want to do a business with you, and I ask you, so, oh, for right now, I'm around California, I'm in US, I'm in Canada. Okay, how do I know that you are not in Nima? How do I know that you are not in Abofun, but you are really the person you say you are? You understand? So I can do this, we share it with you. When you click on it, I will know that you give me a fair knowledge that, oh, this person is in US.
Is it legal though?
Is it
legal?
That's what I'm saying, that we use it for educational purpose, right? We use it for educational purpose. So that is it.
All right. What else can we find out in terms of tracking our devices? Anything else you can show us?
So there's a lot that we can do. So even aside the find my iPhone and find my device, you can even use the Google Map. You know, normally when you allow your Google Map the location, it keeps history of wherever your movement.
Definitely. I get summaries every month.
Yes,
that is where I've been all
right, so assuming you lose your phone, right, so you can sign up through the Google, you go to Google, so we can have it, so you can just go to, Google Map. So, okay, still not coming. So we can go to Google Map, then you search for maybe Google Maps, then you sign up with your Gmail account, right? Then it will give you a history of where the phone has been. So that will give you a clue that, okay, I lost the phone in Tema, but I've seen that the phone has moved to Circle. I've seen that the phone has moved to La Paz. So that gives me a geographical area to place my search or to look for it. So that one too, we can use it to track someone or to search.
I'm interested in the California to Circle journey.
Yeah,
so it took 3 weeks from somebody's phone that was lost in California to end up in Circle.
Yes.
And they found the phone.
Yes. No, you see, it was an iPhone, right? So what they did was they are doing Find My iPhone. So that's how serious the Find My iPhone and Find My devices are.
Wow.
So when the phone got lost, they were trying to track it, but they off it everything. So when you off the phone, you off everything on the phone, unless you are using what we call the IMEI number to track the phone. Now, and that system is only available to some few security officers, right? So it's not available to the public.
So when they put the phone, the guy on the crack.
Yes. So when the phone finally switched on, and they did Find My device, Find My iPhone, they saw that the location of the phone was in Ghana, but not anywhere in Circle. And they were able to even take a screenshot of it. So they took a screenshot of the shop.
Oh, that precise?
Yes. So that's how it is. So that's how these things are. So the advice here is that when you lose your phone, don't panic or don't be in too much haste to really be calling people. What you have to do is the very first, let's say, first aid that you can get is just get someone's device, right? If it's an Android, go to Google and do Find My device. Log in with your details, and you will see where the phone is. Right. If it's an iPhone, go to Find My iPhone, you put in your iCloud details, it gives you where the phone is. So then you know that, oh, I lost the phone here, but within the space of 30 minutes, the phone has been able to transport itself out to maybe Kwabenya. So let me move to place my search. You see, so that is how sometimes we do this. But also,
how about laptops? If I lose my laptop, how do I find my laptop? Or my I don't know, these tablets.
Yeah. Yes. So when you lose your tablet, what you can do is, the tablet, every device, they have IP addresses. So if you have the IP address of it, you can use that to find it. Or even if you have the IME, if it's a tablet, definitely you can have an IME number of it. You can use that one to find it. Aside that, what we can do is, you can report it. See, normally we take down upon these issues when it comes to technological devices, but we can place a report, and they have the cyber department that works on these things that they can help you go around your.
How about analog phones, YAMs? When you lose that one, what happens to that one?
Oh,
YAM. Can you track a YAM?
You can't track a YAM, but through the IMEI number, you know where the phone is.
How will you know where the phone is? So that's when it takes my YAM in Circle, I don't know, and he's gone. Yeah. Sorry for those of you who live in Circle. So we use Circle a lot because of
no, because Circle is known for these phones things. That's why. So if you're talking about clothes, we're talking about Kantamanto.
So phones is
Circle.
Yeah. So I lose my YAM in Circle. How do I track?
So if you lose your YAM in Circle, you have the phone number, right? So you can then call your the telcos wherever you are getting. If it's MTN or Tigo, you can call them. They can help you with it. Also, if you know the IMEI of that device, you can. Every device has an IMEI, so you can through that you can track it.
Okay. Is there anything else you need some people to know about finding their devices? Any more tips you can give them?
Yeah. So for now, the very common one that really works is the Find My iPhone and Find My device, and also getting a history about your Google location. The advice here is that you come online right now. If you should go to Google and do Find My device, there are lots of apps that promise that they can find your device for you, but it doesn't work that way, Calv. I know we have what we call spy apps, of which when I put a spy app on your phone, I can remotely access the location and everything. But then we have apps that today, if you go to Google, you search, a lot of apps, they are promising you that they can get your phone for you. But most of them, they are lies. They will just take your money. So just be very careful about that and make sure that when your phone gets lost like this, what you have to do is go to these very platforms. Also, you can place a report. You can report it to the police. Then they also have a cyber department of which they can work on it for you to get your device sorted. So that is it. And also, the point here about this tracking stuff is sometimes on the social media you are dealing with someone that you want to really know whom you are dealing with. So it's better that you try this one, assuming you want to do a business with someone, you are talking to someone, you just want to have a clue about where the person is. You can do these small tricks to do so, but when you come here and copy the IP login and send to the person, if the person knows it, the person wouldn't click the link. So what you do is you go to the URL shortness, then you put then you shorten the URL, then you send to the person. But please note that it's illegal to track someone without the person's consent, right? So be very careful about that, Calf.
Okay, so I think we are up to date, really. We know how to track our iPhones, we know how to track our Androids, and that basically covers most of the phones that people use. As for the YAM phones and the analog phones, you need to call your telco provider
you have to call
very
them
quickly.
And even with the phones, with the smartphones,
you also call them.
You call them because normally they can get the location based on where the calls are coming. They can get that location for you. So that one too, if you are using a smartphone, this one is the very first agent thing.
Before you call the people,
you call the people so that you have an idea. If this one is not working out, call your service providers and maybe they can help you out.
Talk to us about the need to be very fast. If you're not fast in doing this, find my phone, find my device, or calling your telco, what are the risks that you suffer?
Another point here is that normally when they take the phone and they off the phone, that means that you are not getting internet. So this wouldn't even work.
Yeah, so the guy steals my phone and he takes it off. What can I do?
So that's why your phones must be password protected. You know, sometimes the phones, you have to put in a password before even you off it. But sometimes, most of the phone, you can easily off it. But when you do this, definitely the person is going to on the phone.
So I can actually use a password to prevent you from even putting my phone off?
It's some of the phones, but not all phones.
Which ones? I want to know so I can get one.
Some of the phones, I'm not really, but some of the phones can really do that.
Okay, iPhone?
Yes, iPhone can do that.
Okay, so you have to put a password before you can put the iPhone off.
But we have a fast way around it. We have a fast way around it. If they know, they know. Okay. Right. Because there's a bypass to a lot of things on the internet today. Yes.
So that if the person can't put the phone off, it will have to be on until the battery. Okay.
So then you can do this to really get the location of wherever your device is.
And then, of course, if people enter your phone, then they can steal everything.
Yeah. Because today our mobile phones have a lot of info from us. See, our data. You know, today when you lose your phone, someone will say, no, I'm not so much about the phone. You can keep the phone. It's the info, my stars, my contacts, my pictures, my videos. So that should tell you how key our phones and these technological devices are to us. So what you have to know is we have to make sure that we find better ways to protect it. As we are saying this, you also don't need to play so careless for someone to take your phone.
Give me some ways of protecting myself or protecting my phone, my privacy on my phone.
Okay, so for now, let me start with the cyber stuff, right, or the information superhighway. One is putting a password on the phone. If it can be a fingerprint, it can be a face ID, it can be a passcode. Put a passcode on it. Then the next one is you have to, if you come to the physical aspect, make sure that even when you are driving, you don't put your phone anywhere that could be accessible for someone to just talk to you and pick the phone from you.
They did it to me in Medina.
And they will do it because your phone was somewhere they can take.
You don't even feel sorry for me. You said they will do it. So the guys came here, one person distracted me, and all I saw out the corner of my eye, somebody put his hand in my boom, gone.
Yeah, so you need to put, if you are driving, you have to put the phone somewhere you think it's not
those people.
It's not accessible for anyone. Yes, so that is it. Yeah, so the password is very important, and you're also looking at how you can protect it. Some people, they put their phone is just widely open, so when someone picks it, it can just take it. Yes, and also one thing is our notifications. If possible, let's disable the notification features on our phones. So see, right now, assuming I have your number and I'm here with you, I can just maybe do a reset on any of your accounts. They will send you an OTP on your phone. So I can just do what we call shoulder sniffing to to look at the code that has come, then I'll put in there and then off I go. You understand? So normally even in cars, so maybe you'll be in church and maybe probably you know the person, you have the person's number. So you just do the reset, then you'll be doing a shoulder sniffing. So when they send the code to the person, because it has enabled the notification on the phone, you can just see it, ping, ping, then you take it, then you put it in there. So all those things are security mechanisms that we have to check. If you are thinking about privacy online today, we need to be doing those things.
Shoulder sniffing.
Yeah, that's shoulder sniffing. Even it happens at the ATMs and all those things.
So the guy will be looking over your shoulder and sniffing your information.
Going through like that. Yeah.
Human beings are wicked, man. Have people always been this wicked, or is just the 21st century where...
you see, it's smartness and...
Negative smartness, man.
Yeah, you see. Yeah, so you have to look smart too.
I'm still thinking about those Medina people, fire burn you people, you know. Last tip.
All right, so last tip that I'll give you today is that you need to know how to protect and stay safe online today, because today all we do is this technological stuff, internet, so we have to know how we protect ourselves. We've been talking about password because that is the only boundary between you and my account. So do well to set strong password this morning. I have had a lot of instances. The people that they call me that their account has been hacked, you see them using their names and something like that. I wouldn't give you much attention because you've seen us talking about it. So take opportunity this morning to reset your password. Use strong password. We do say setting strong password. There are 3 elements. Make sure that you add upper letters, lower letters in the password, and also some exclamation marks or some symbols to make it strong. Assuming you are called David, you want to set assuming you are called David, you are setting a password David. You can just do capital D, then instead of the A, you do it at. Then a V, you do it small v. The I, you do it exclamation mark. Then you do the D, it makes it strong for you. Then add some numbers to it. So that you set a strong password. Don't make your password too old. Some of us, almost about 2010, you set that Google password. You've never changed it. You're still using it. You see, so please change your password often. Not only that, please, let's also learn how to put 2-step verification on our various accounts. It's not only on WhatsApp, it's not only on Facebook, it's not only on Twitter, Instagram, but also in our Google accounts. Let's put 2-step verification on it. Someone is asking what's 2-step verification. It's a way to authenticate your phone. It's a second security layer that we've got to do on the internet today. So you do well to go to set, normally it's at settings, then you go to account, you go to security, you see there, then you go and put normally a 6-digit PIN that you add to it. When it comes to the 2-step verification, especially on the social media, we have the SMS. And normally when you cover the SMS one, the SMS ones are normally weak in terms of security because of this what we call shoulder sniffing and SIM swap fraud. Someone can hijack your SIM and also get those codes. So be very careful. But what you can do is you can go through to use an app. We call something Google Authenticators or AUTI. Those apps generate unique keys every second. So when someone takes your account from you, the person doesn't know that you have done the 2-step verification with an app. The app is already on your phone. So the person tries to reset, they will send a code. The person doesn't have the code. And this one is not going to the SIM card, but it's going on the app. So you only have the app and you have the sign into the app. So you can easily get it. So let's be very careful today because, the rate at which people lose their accounts is too much. Yesterday, around 4, I have to leave the office to go to East Legon just because this woman was crying and she's a pregnant woman. She told me, David, I nearly collapsed. She saw her Instagram account almost about 45K being going out like that. And she has to place a comment. So we have, whatever I'm doing, I have to run to save or to save the situation, you see. So then I went there and like in the passage she was using her username with her telephone number. And you have your telephone number on your platform because it's a business platform. And your name too is there.
Disaster.
So this is not hacking. No. This one, the person just combine it and just go. They call them script kiddies. Script kiddies. They learn online tools and they hack you. They disturb a lot,
We have to do a whole show on script kiddies, man. But then I'm so impressed by the knowledge that you have. How can people get through to you?
All right, so the name is DK Cyber on the Cyber Zone. On social media, you can look for DK Cyber, the Cyber Zone. Or you can go to www.cyberzonegh.com. You have a link to my DM, have my WhatsApp link there. Just WhatsApp me. I also put a lot of educative articles on that platform. Yes. So all these things we are talking about are written articles about it long ago. Go there, grab it, and start reading it to keep yourself updated, Kaf.
You're the man.
Thanks, Kaf.
Thank you, man. Enjoy your weekend.
Same, Kaf.
And that's our segment that has just ended. Still to come, we have the sports at 7 o'clock with Maltiti, Saida Sadiq. Yeah, we're changing our our accent these days. You know, people are traveling and come back with new accents. You know, so we got to change. You know what I'm saying? So at 7 o'clock we've got the sports. At 7:20 we've got headlines with Thelma and her female panelists talking about all the big news stories. You know, the OSP, Office of the Special Prosecutor, has been very, very busy this week. You know, former PPA boss, Sir John's estate, the MC who tried to bribe people to get him voted and he went for his refund. All that is happening. The Achimota Forest, we're looking at flooding, we're looking at demolition order by the president. It goes on in Kranza, lots of stories. Okay, so she'll be doing that, doing justice to the stories of the week and the day. And then at 8:30, I'll be sitting down with a lawyer, human rights lawyer, Maurice Ampawe, looking at wills. What to put in your will. What to put in your will. To tell people that it's all about wills and what to put inside, whether it's forever or it's just, you know, yeah, we'll do that today. And then we've got beauty queens in the house. We've got some church people, Presbyterians here to have a chat on the yellow couch. So it's just a big show for you. Our WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. I'm still thinking about those guys who took my phone in Medina. Father Bonded. Sports.
It's time for sports, your favorite segment on the show. If you're a sports fanatic to know what's happening in your world of football, tennis, boxing, and you name it. I'm sure you enjoyed the tech tip session. I was like, let me not use this for sinister means. You want to track your husband, your wife's phone to know where they are. Or basically, you just want to find a lost phone. is still available on our Facebook page at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Go and get some tips on how to track your phone. But it's now time for sports. What's making headlines in the sporting world? We have Otoado naming 2 local players who will be part of the 33-man squad who will play for the Black Stars. Also, the Black Stars are beginning training for the AFCON. Ahead of the AFCON, we'll look at the Women's Premier League. We'll look at Hearts of Oak, also back to training after that influenza scare in their camp. We'll look at some tennis as well. Let's start off with the Black Stars and Otoado. 2 locally based players have received call-ups to the senior national team, the Black Stars, ahead of the AFCON 2023 qualifiers and the 4-nation tournament to be hosted in Japan. Coach Otoado named Hearts of Oak player Daniel Efriye Barnier and Bechem United striker as part of his 33-man squad for the AFCON 2023 double-header and pre-World Cup friendlies. Meanwhile, the squad has seen 3 other debutants, Antoine Semenyo, Alidu Seidu and striker Braden Menu, receiving a call-up to feature for Ghana. Now, that's the list of the players on your screen, as you can see, ahead of the tournament in Japan. The AFCON qualifiers, the goalkeepers, we have Jojo Wallacott from Swindon Town. We have Abdul Manaf Nuruddin from Kas Upin. We have Lawrence Atizigi from FC St. Gallen and Richard Ofori from Orlando Pirates making the goalkeepers list. The defenders, you can see from FC Bruges, Ali Seidu from Clermont Foot, Gideon Mensah, Abdul Rahman Baba from FC Reading, Abdul Moming from Victoria Guimarães, Joseph Edu is there as well, Daniel Amate. Just a few midfielders I'll be mentioning: Idrisu Baba from RCD Mallorca, Edmund Ado from FC Sharif. We have Mohamed Kudus, Mubarak Wakaso, among others who are making the list for the midfielders. The wingers, we have Joseph Paintil, we have Andrew Dede Ayu from Al Sadd SC, we have Augustine Okra, Bechem United from the local Premier League or the local teams there. We have Yao Yebua, Osman Bukari, Christopher Entry, AJ from VFL Bochum. From the strikers side, we have Jordan Ayew, Crystal Palace, Daniel Efriye from Hearts of Oak, another player from our local league joining there. We have Felix Afenya Jan from AS Roma. We have Braden Menu from SV Darmstadt, and Antoine Semenyo, Benjamin Tete, Brady Menu as well is making the list of the strikers put together. This is the team, the able men that will be leading Ghana for the AFCON qualifiers, the 4-nation tournament in Japan. Meanwhile, the Black Stars of Ghana are scheduled to begin training at the Cape Coast Stadium tomorrow as part of preparations for the AFCON doubleheader next week. The Black Stars technical team released the team's training itinerary, including programs to engage the press. In this phase of the qualifiers, the Black Stars will face their counterparts from Madagascar at home and the Central African Republic on a neutral ground. The list on your screen. On Saturday, 28th May, the training will start at 4:30 in Cape Coast. On Sunday, 29th May, the training will start at 10:30 at the gym, after which they'll move to the Cape Coast Stadium around 4:30 on that Sunday, 29th May. Then on Monday, the 30th of May, the training will be held at the Cape Coast Stadium around 5 p.m. or 1700 GMT there. Tuesday, the 31st of May, there'll be a pre-match press conference with the coach and the captain at the Cape Coast Stadium at 700 GMT, that's 5 p.m. At 1730 GMT, training, which will not be open to, or be only open to the public for like 20 minutes, will be held at the Cape Coast Stadium. Wednesday, 1st of June, the new month, the match day, that's Ghana versus Madagascar in Cape Coast Stadium. The post-match, the coach and one player will have that session as well at the Cape Coast Stadium. Now on Thursday, the next day, that 2nd of June, there'll be a FIFA media team documentary shown by 4:30. The training will start at Cape Coast Stadium, and it's not open to the public around that time, but later around 10 o'clock, training will take off again at the Cape Coast Stadium. And that is the rundown for the AFCON qualification from 28th to 5th June 2022. Now, in a related development, Coach Anna Walker has also named a 35-man squad ahead of their preparations for the CHAN tournament. Ghana's Black Stars B will face in the preliminary round of the 2023 Championship for Africa Nations CHAN qualifiers. The winner of the tie will be drawn against 6 other countries from the WAFI Zone B for the final round of qualifiers. Ghana have failed to qualify to the last 3 editions of the tournament. And as you can see on your screen as well, Black Stars B squad is on the screen, and the team, we can see Abdullah Idrisu from Bechem United, Danlad Ibrahim from Asante Kotoko. I'll just run through a few of them because there are a lot here. Augustine Randolph, Karela United, Dennis Kosa from Hearts of Oak, Imoro Ibrahim from Asante Kotoko. We have Solomon Adomako from Great Olympics, Ibrahim Abdallah from Dreams FC, Francis Chini from Bechem United, our local league, the Suraj Seidu from Hearts of Oak, Umar Bashiru from Karela United. We have Augustine Okra from Bechem United, Clinton Duodu. I'm sure some fanatics have seen the players that they anticipate will be in the Black Stars B squad ahead of those games. Ajenim Boateng Mensah from Dreams FC has also made the list. Evans Oseyowusu from Tema Youth, Isaac Menta from New Edubiasi, as well as Maxwell Abekwe from Great Olympics. Oledade makes the list, and that's Coach Anna Walker as well on your screen. Now, the Referees Committee of the Ghana Football Association has appointed Rita Boateng Kansa as referee to officiate the Women's Premier League final between Ampem Dakwa ladies and Hazakers ladies at the Accra Sports Stadium on Saturday. She'll be assisted on by colleagues Abigail Labanga and Gloria Sena Kumojo, with Rejoice Adukwe as the 4th official. Helena Williams is the match commissioner as well. Now, Ghana Premier League giant Accra Hearts of Oak have resumed training after recovering from severe flu, which prompted the intervention of the Ghana Health Service. The Ghana Health Service, in a statement, revealed that preliminary investigations confirmed the outbreak of an H3N2 type of swine flu in the camp of the Phobians, and subsequently recommended a 7-day isolation for the affected players and staff. Following a round of tests conducted on Wednesday, the club says they have now been cleared to continue preparations for their upcoming games. To have Hearts of Oak back in action, let's move to the EPL, and the most loved team in England, isn't it? Liverpool forward Mohamed Salah says his personal motivation is to win the Champions League final against Real Madrid tomorrow. The rest head to the Stade de France with the memory of the 2018 final against Real fresh in their minds, for Salah in particular, to make amends for what he describes as worst moments of his career. Here's Mohamed Salah ahead of tomorrow's final.
Thanks for staying on live on GTV. Thank you so much for making time to be a part of our Friday morning. This is the headline segment. My name is Thelma Taki. Massive birthday shouts to Ora Kofi Hansen. James Walter, Ora Kofi Hansen, you are watching us live from South Africa. I love you, bro. It's your birthday. And to my own backbone, who decided to break my mom's womb for the second time, Kitchener Allen Taki, today is your birthday. I love you, even though I want to kill you sometimes. But that was a joke. So thank you for joining us. And it's the headlines. At the table this morning, I've been joined by Beatrice Annan, a member of the National Communications team for the NDCB. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Thelma. Good to be here every time.
Great to have you back. Let's have a quick run through our top stories in the papers today. We'll be expecting Ellen Amadeku to be joining us. Massive story from the camp of the NPP occupying prime position in front of the Daily Graphic on the regional elections. And the paper says surprises await candidates. Ashanti Central must-watch regions, and that comes with the logo of the New Patriotic Party. Motto Development and Freedom on that front page of the Daily Graphic. Special prosecutor wades into matters of Sir John's estate, and so you remember all the back and forth about the items left in the will of the late CEO of the Forestry Commission, and the SP will be looking into that in a bit more detail. Other stories: Ghana hosts Arab African Investment Confab June 1, story on page 16 of the Daily Graphic. And another key one, Alban Bagbin, Speaker of Parliament, yesterday speaking from the floor saying Parliament is broke, calling for money for the lawmakers as they resumed sitting this week after a few weeks of a break, and expecting to pass some 79 bills, or to consider them at least for another stage of lawmaking. We go on to the Ghanaian Times, and it's Mr. Mohammed Ibrahim Awal, Tourism Minister, whose photo is dominating the page today. On path to recovery from COVID-19, Ghana records 170,696 tourism arrivals, representing 72.5% growth over 2021 first quarter. We'll be looking into that story. Other stories on the front page: President charges AFDB governors to help drive continental growth development, page 17. Teachers must sensitize Ghanaians to terrorism threats, and this is in response to the campaign that was launched this week. See something, say something. We're trying to avert what could potentially be an extremist violent attack in Ghana. The news again, and it's playwright Lateef Abubakar tackling child trafficking and labor with his Christmas in May play. That play is coming on tomorrow at the Accra International Conference Center. One of the stars in that play is Fred Amugi. They were on the show just a few days ago to talk about it. So that play is tomorrow. Lateef Abubakar, Christmas in May. The Finder newspaper deals with security issues and says National Security Ministry partners NAT in anti-terrorism campaign, trying to bring teachers on board so they can educate our little ones on how to spot the worrying characters they may see in town. Achimota Forest Lands Minister starts audit of all transactions since 1927. Samuel Abu-Jinapor taking a big bite of that pie yesterday with a press release saying that all the transactions surrounding the forest will be audited. So we are waiting the findings of that report much later. MMDC is from 3 regions sensitized to YouStart. Remember, government is spearheading this program to offer opportunities for startup businesses to get some monies to promote their businesses. So we'll get into the details much later. Government donates 80 vehicles to SHSs. It comprises 75 buses and 5 pickup trucks. So senior high schools being supported there by the government. So a host of stories running through the 3 papers I have before me today. And like I said, Beatrice Annan from the NDC's camp will help us understand the issues a bit better. Ellen Amadeku will be joining in at some point during the conversation. Is the headlines on GTV Breakfast. So perhaps let's start with the issue of the tourism potentials that we are being told is making a mark with arrivals in the country. Remember, the year of return brought a lot of people into the country. The expectation was that beyond the return, we'll be able to sustain those kind of gains. And then COVID hit, and then it threw all the plans out of gear. Today, we are hearing good news from the camp of the Tourism Ministry with the increase in the number of arrivals in the country, 72.5%, quite a significant number there. Story on page 16 of the Ghanaian Times. Ghana has recorded 170,696 international arrivals in the first quarter of this year, showed a percentage growth of 72.5 from 2021 first quarter arrivals of 98,950, and a positive sign of recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic to normalcy. However, tourist receipts for the first quarter, according to the ministry, were not available, and the acting director in charge of policy planning, budgeting, monitoring and evaluation at the Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Arts, Mr. Jeffrey disclosed this to the Ghanaian Times in Accra. He said international arrivals were from all entry points in the country, including Kotoka International Airport, Elubo, Paga, Aflao and other smaller points. Top arrivals or countries for where people are coming into the country, the US making the top 3, Nigeria making the top 3, and the UK as well. In the top 10, India, Germany, Liberia, Netherlands, Canada, South Africa, and Cote d'Ivoire all making the cut into the top 10. Surely, B, you would agree with me that any increase in the potential of our tourism industry and what it currently is, as much as we say that it's not what it should be, it's welcome because it gives us the monies that we need to begin to even have some of the conversations we should be having around boosting our tourism rates.
I agree with you, Thelma, but I want to say a very good morning to your viewers and good morning to all the NDC members. I think that when it comes...
There is no good morning.
Oh, to our viewers,
okay.
So everybody watching. Okay, so I think that we haven't fully developed our tourism potential. Because if you look at the various tourist attractions we have in Ghana, if we decide to develop, we should be doing more than what you're doing. And sometimes we shouldn't focus so much on the percentages, because if you have a 72% increase, but the total number is less than 100,000 people coming in, then we may not be doing so well. So it's a good start because there is some form of increase, but I would say that we should focus on indicators that would develop our tourist or the tourism, because if you compare the cost of hotel accommodation in Ghana to hotel accommodation in the UK and in the US, and I'm using these examples, and even Nigeria, because these are the top 3, you realize that it is more expensive to stay in a hotel in Ghana than in these 3 countries. And so if you have to develop your tourism potential, you have to be competitive, because why should a tourist not go to Kenya but come to Ghana? Why should a tourist not go to US but come to Ghana? So it's important we look at the hospitality industry as a whole and look at how we can help reduce the cost, because it's too expensive staying in Ghana. I believe that Ghana is one of the most expensive cities in Africa, and if it were not so, perhaps our tourism potential may have increased. We are being told that as at this month or as at last month, inflation or food inflation is above 23.6%. That's quite high. For a tourist who's probably buying burger for $8 in the US to come to Ghana and buy the same burger for about $20. That's quite high. And so the cost of hotel accommodation, the cost of food, and the general cost of living, if it were better, probably we'll see the numbers increasing. And I think that we should be more focused, because when it comes to tourism, there is no NDC, there is no MPP. When you go out or when tourists come to Ghana, they know what Ghana is made up of. And so it's important for us to have non-partisan conversations when it comes to this, because tourism is actually one of the major source of exchange rates that can help our cedi and the exchange rate issues we've seen in the recent past. And so you can imagine if we have millions of dollars inflows by way of tourism, it will help.
The ministry said, according to the story in the Ghanaian Times, that they recorded $803.8 million tourist receipts last year, and in 2020 it was 387.1 million of tourist receipts. So there's an indication that that number is increasing. On expenditure, according to the story in the Ghanaian Times, the ministry recorded an average tourist expenditure of 1,289 million receipts, representing an 18.26% compared to 1,090 the previous year, which was in 2020, and is saying that the ministry is targeting 5 billion tourist receipts by the end of the year. Do we have the capacity? Do you think that's achievable?
Oh, we have the capacity, but I think the point of comparison is not too good, because we were here in 2020, 2021, we were hit with COVID. Most airports shut down. And so if you compare your progress with a COVID economy where airports shut down in other countries for months, and you say that by some comparison we've done this, I think it may be a bit myopic. I think what the ministry should be doing is to be comparing the figures to a pre-COVID economy so that we can actually assess whether we are growing or not. So if we were asked to stay home, not to move, and people were not moving both locally and internationally, these comparison, I think that it would not speak well for us, and it may not cause the ministry to use the right indicators for us to meet the growth. 5 billion is a very high target, but I think it's achievable because we have a lot of tourist attractions in Ghana, and if we were to develop it and our hospitality industry, as I've said, a bit competitive, then it's possible. But if it's business as usual as we've seen, then I'm sorry to say that we will have to be comparing with the COVID economy, and we just have to be praising ourselves, when in reality we haven't done so much.
It begs the question, at what point do we begin to invest in our tourism? Because if we're expecting these numbers, we need to be putting something in there as well.
Exactly.
Are we developing the tourism site? Are we developing access to the site at the rate at which we're expecting the returns? Or are we just waiting for those returns to actualize out of thin air? And I'm asking this because it's not just for this government. It's every government that we've had up until this point.
Yeah.
And the tourism sites remain in the state that they are in.
Yeah, I think that it's important for us to look at tourism as the next biggest thing, because in Ghana we haven't industrialized. The statistics will show that if you take Nigeria, the capital inflow by way of foreign remittances is more than the revenue they get from petroleum. And you realize that Nigeria is one of the biggest oil producing countries on the continent. And so if foreign inflows are actually higher than petroleum receipts, then you can see how they've, not as a tourist area, but whatever strategy they've put in place for foreign receipts. And so if we will have to develop our tourism industry for us to have those foreign receipts, it is important. And sometimes when you go to tourist sites in Ghana, it's not so appealing. You go to Kakum Park, you go to the castles that we have, and sometimes there are even no washrooms. And you don't know what kind of development. I remember on one of such tourist visits, there was a pregnant woman who, you know that for pregnant women, they had to be visiting the washroom often. And it was an eyesore, the kind of washroom we had there. So you don't expect someone from very advanced jurisdiction, having come to see for the first time some of the conditions, to come back. Because sometimes when you go to a place and it's exciting, you want to go back there the second time. So I think just like tourism and just like any other thing, we have to be deliberate about it. If we want to meet the target the ministry is stating, then there is a need for us to be deliberate about it. Because you realize that when we wanted to do the, how do you call it, this Ghana, where the Ghanaians in the diaspora and all
the
those
year of return.
The year of return. You saw the industry that was put in. It was a deliberate effort for people, and for the first time I had some Africans come to experience Ghana, and they said, oh, but for your health system and roads, we would have loved to relocate to Ghana. And so if this is the target, then we need to be deliberate, because the tourist sites as we have today isn't too much to talk about.
But the fact also remains that even as we have that conversation, many of these sites are not wholly owned by the government of Ghana. These are private sector development initiatives where they should really, the owners of those facilities should be putting in the necessary measures to make sure that they are up to international or world standards. Are they getting the necessary support? Because government has made concessions for businesses in the past. Do you think it will work and it will pay off in
for
tourism?
me, I believe that leadership is everything. And these may be private organizations. They may be content with the receipts they get by way of whatever comes in. But if you have a national target, if you know that this is the effect of foreign inflows on the economy, if you know that it has a potential of stabilizing the exchange rate, then you cannot leave such a very important sector to the private sectors. Because for the private businessman, he probably wants 200,000 as an annual profit. And so if he gets the 200,000, he may be satisfied. And there may not be the need to further develop beyond those set targets. But as a nation, if you have a bigger target, then it's important that you set standards, because you see, it's a standard that will regulate the industry. And so even where there are PPPs, it's important that government says that we understand that this is what tourism is for us. We appreciate that this is the potential of tourism. So we should not leave it for private sector. And I'm saying that it has to be just like everything. If we are not deliberate, it appears to me that this celebration by the ministry is just by chance. That for some reason there were no targets, we were not expecting, and boom, we had the boom, and so we are celebrating. Because otherwise you'll be asking, what was the target of the ministry? Why are we celebrating the 72% increase? Is it that people decided to come in, or there was a deliberate effort on the part of government to get tourists? And so the ministry will have to go beyond the 72% celebration. We applaud them, but there is more work to be done.
There is an attempt by government to get some more people to come into the country. There's a project called Destination Ghana Project, and the Ghanaian Times references that in the report. Recently launched in London with the objective of helping to drive 1 million international tourists from Europe to Ghana, and it was part of the strategic initiative. So there is some attempt to get more people to choose Ghana as perhaps a holiday destination over other parts of Europe. It remains to be seen how much we can harness from the potentials of these visits and the travels to help in our own development agenda. I'll move on to another story, and it's the special prosecutor this time investigating Sir John's estate, and the Daily Graphic carries that on page 20. I'll read a few portions of it. There's a press release that Kafui will be reading for us pretty shortly. It will be up on your screens, but here is a summary of that story in the Daily Graphic. The Office of the Special Prosecutor, OSP, has started full investigations into alleged unlawful acquisitions of government lands by the former Chief Executive of the Forestry Commission, Kwadwo Owusu-Afriyie, popularly known as Sir John. The Special Prosecutor, Kisia Jabing, in a statement issued yesterday, indicated that the investigations will deal with suspected corruption and corruption-related offences in respect of improper and unlawful acquisition of state property at the Achimota Forest Enclave and the Ramsar catchment at Sakumono in Accra by the late Sir John. And so that statement will be coming up on your screen pretty shortly, and CAF will help us to read out what it said specifically.
Right, so commencement of investigations, the estate of Kwadwo Owusu-Afriyie. The Office of the Special Prosecutor has commenced full investigations into suspected corruption and corruption-related offences in respect of alleged improper and unlawful acquisition of state lands at the Achimota Forest Enclave and Ramsar catchment at Sakumono in Accra by the former Chief Executive of the Forestry Commission, Kwadwo Owusu-Afriyie, alias Sir John, now deceased, and other persons. The Ministry for Lands and Natural Resources is directed to fully cooperate with the OSP in the investigation. Signed, Kisi Ajabing, Special Prosecutor.
Thank you, CAF. So, yes, this has been brewing for a couple of days now, and you haven't had the opportunity to sit with us since it started. But basically, it was leaked onto social media platforms that the will of the late Mr. Kwejo Usrefi contained parts of the Achimota forest which he was giving to some persons within his family forever. And so forever started trending, and Sir John was also trending for days. Now the special prosecutor is saying they're going to investigate, and it's not just the special prosecutor. The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources has also started an audit of all transactions since 1927. The Finder newspaper has the details in page 4, and so it tells you that the attention that this is gathering is something that we should commend. But some are saying, as the lands revert back to government, or as the attention comes on what use those lands to if they are released, we should be more concerned about how people thought they owned those pieces of land in the first place. Your initial thoughts on this?
I would say that Sir John, it's a lawyer, and every lawyer knows that you cannot will what you do not have. And so for Sir John to have, in very categorical terms, will portions of the Achimota forest to a certain nephew or whoever the beneficiaries are, shows that he indeed owned them. And I'm very familiar with the Ramsar site. You see, the Ramsar site was acquired pursuant to a Ramsar convention for the purposes of ecological preservation, among others. But you see, the Ramsar site, even unlike the Achimota forest, have not been released to families. At a point, I was even engaged by some of the chiefs who wanted the lands released to them because people were encroaching and they wanted to have access to the land if government does not have use for the land. And so it baffles my mind how Sir John could actually, as a head of the Forestry Commission, who had the ultimate duty of preserving the land, own portions of those land. Because first of all, the chiefs do not have capacity to sell the lands. So he could not have bought them from the chiefs. The Forestry Commission does not have the capacity to sell the land, at least as it stands now. And so it baffles my mind how he came by those lands in the first place, to even have willed it. But I have said consistently that the action of Sir John, and like many others in this government, is consistent with a certain pattern of deliberately dissipating the resources of the state for the benefit of the few and their family. And I am scandalized that politicians never learn from past experiences. And I'm even more scandalized by the desire and the penchant to grab for themselves resources. And I keep asking myself, what shall it profit a man if he gains the whole world and loses his soul, like we've seen Sir John? 75 different properties with no human to benefits practically going to other people, houses. And it is instructive to say that all these were acquired in the space of 4 years.
Could be hard work, which is the argument some
he worked for 50 plus of his life. He could not acquire a single property in his will, and then all of a sudden, within the space of 4 years, there was a dramatic. I think we shouldn't be enablers of people who want to acquire for themselves state resources, because you see, for a country such as ours, which is Africa, I keep saying that let nobody deceive themselves that by being rich or by being some rich politician in Africa, you are safe. Because we have very terrible health systems. We have very terrible roads. And you may have the privilege of traveling outside the country every time, perhaps in the private jet, to even seek medical help. But there are some of the diseases that you may not be able to travel abroad. We were all here when COVID happened and the airports were shut. So that even if you had $10 billion, you could still not travel. You had to attend the same hospital like the ordinary Ghanaian. And so if you dissipate the resources of the state, if you enrich yourself in the manner in which we've seen in Sir John's will, in the short space parties in office, when you have COVID, you have to go to Kolebu, and if there are no oxygens and all other medical support system to treat you, you will pass on like Sir John has. And so sometimes it is even in our interest to do the right things, because I cannot for my life understand why, as a custodian of a land, you would amass the land for yourself. I don't want to even talk about the properties at East Legon because I do not have evidence of how they were acquired. But my concern is the conflicts of interest position, that as the person responsible for preserving our land, and for that matter the ecological space, especially in Accra, which happens to be one of the most toxic cities that anybody can find, the little carbon sink and the waterlogged reserve areas we have, the custodian of those things that the people of Ghana put in trust for the people of Ghana will amass for himself those things and will for his family and friends.
It's not the first time there's been suggestions that persons in political authority have used their positions as heads of institutions, leaders of organizations, to get wealth for themselves at the expense of the people that they are sworn to serve. How do we begin to deal with that issue? We've talked about people declaring their assets before they take positions, and we don't see that happening as it should. So where do we begin to draw the lines between property acquired before coming into a certain position, and then those acquired after, relating that to the incomes available to the person?
I think on this note, I'll blame the moral society, because human beings without any limitations and restrictions would not have limitations and restrictions. And so every human being has the potential to be corrupt, and that is why we have laws and systems in place to make sure that people live within the ambits of the law. But moral society, the clergy, the media, you are complicit in these matters, because it is important to interrogate people's sources of wealth. I am pro-wealth. I like money. I want the best brief so I can make money. But we have to raise a moral society where people want to make the money the right way, or people who earn the money they make, and not because you have been put in charge of the resources of the people. Because, sometimes watch the space. The people who dissipate the resources, where do their children end up? They sell the properties because they have been raised in the most irresponsible manner, because their parents didn't work for the properties. They don't appreciate the value of money because the money was just, amassed. Where do they end up? Where do the properties end up? And so it's important that there is a moral voice in the society that will serve as a check on the conscience of every Ghanaian, including we the politicians. But we have a lot of media people who are being sorted by politicians, and so they can't call out people who do wrong. There are lots of people who, for some reasons and for some interests, become complicit. And I say that we all suffer, because for the hospitals, we will all go to the same hospital. We will drive on the same road. The accidents will occur on the same roads. And so when we all agree that the wrong thing should be done, we all suffer. If we encourage, and I've seen people say that, they amass the wealth by way of generational wealth. You can amass all the wealth for your children. And the children of a certain woman who never had the opportunity to even take the child to school will become an armed robber and will shoot your child that you've invested and has taken to the GIS and the galaxy, and will just shoot the child and waste the child's life away one day. And so none is safe. And I don't know why it never occurs to us that none is safe in this space. And we think that, money is good and money can do a lot, but money can't do everything. If money could do everything, people like Sir John would die, from what I see. And so it's important that we have some conscience. It's important that consistently we have the conversation for people to wake up. Because where do you sleep in your bedroom, even if you have a 10-bedroom? Is one. Even if you have 3 houses, you can sleep in one at a time. And why is it that people don't work hard to acquire all these things for themselves until they come to politics? And I'm saying politicians should learn. History should guide us. In the run-up to the 2008 election, we saw what the NPP did to the airport lands. In recent times when they came to power, go and look at the civil aviation lands in Adenta. In the most unconscionable manner, the lands have been distributed. In the Achimota Forest saga coming up, you realize that it appears from Sir John's will that even the lands have been shared. People have the lands and they own the lands. The only reason we are not seeing development is because the area is not classified as a forest area, and hence the declassification, which I believe is even illegal, because you cannot declassify or change a public space through an EI. You ought to do it through an act of parliament. I'm sure it's an oversight on the ministry, and so they will do the right thing to revoke that EI. But there is this pattern of this government, and it is reflecting in our lives. Look at where the economy is. Look at where, because you see, this government has borrowed over 400 billion cedis, and we don't have any hospital to show for it. Where did the money go? We are told by the Auditor General that between 2017 to 2020, 33 billion cedis have gone down the drain as corruption receipts. These monies are hiding with government officials. And for me, it is unconscionable that with all the taxes, with all the billions of monies borrowed, there are no schools, there are no roads, there are no jobs. Even the jobs that have been purportedly created by government, which is NAPCO and other things, they are not being paid. And so what is happening to our nation?
The government side argues that a lot has happened, even if the opposition disagrees, and they've made investments in the free SHS, digitalization, which has brought us the digital address system. We have zipline technology, which the government is partnering. We also have all these things we've seen with our Ghana card and the SIM card re-registration. Monies went into all these ventures, and so we do have something to show for what we've been through. And COVID meant that the government had to finance certain things on its own.
I think that the ultimate sense of leadership is to make the lives of the people you came to meet better, and not to be engaged in sloganeering. Have you ever personally gone to visit someone and you've been able to use the GPS system that the government has created? You can't even use it. You have to follow on Google Map. And even the GPS system takes its source from Google Map. So why the duplication for us to spend in excess of 16 million cedis? The free SHS is good, implemented in the most despicable way. As we speak, kids in school are eating gari and gobe because,
which is nutritious.
Yes, but not every.
We had some yesterday.
Yes,
very nutritious.
But not. I saw it. I saw it. I watched how you people were eating it. I was tempted, but it shouldn't be every day. You know, we have to move away from this. I have pumped money here, and one of the classical example is planting for food and jobs. In the first term, we were told that, oh, planting for food and jobs, monies, huge monies went down the drain. Huge monies went down the drain. And in 2021, 2022, it came back hunting us. So you don't throw monies at policies. And when the people complain that their lives are not better, you say, oh, but I put in money here, I put in money here.
Okay, so
it should reflect in the everyday life. And everywhere you go, the consistent slogan is that Ghanaians are suffering.
You talked about us having a moral voice in the country and to have a national conscience. Is the Office of the Special Prosecutor that voice, that conscience?
I don't know, because since the Special Prosecutor assumed office, you hear release that we are investigating this. I personally know a friend who has petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor in the case of some tax evasion at the port. It's been close to a year, nothing has come out. And so I am not certain if the Office of the Special Prosecutor is the voice of conscience. But I say that it is important that people know that there are consequences for action. So we are all guided, because I am pretty new, so I'm told that I don't know how tempting it is. But it cannot be tempting for everybody to fall in. There has to be some conscience, there has to be some guidance. People must know that despite your political affiliation, you will be punished for acts. And I always will commend President Mahama that you realize that Mr. Abu Gapele was his appointee. When there were issues about corruption in his government, he personally made sure that the Office of the Attorney General interrogated that man, prosecuted him, and got conviction. You realize that when Vicky Hammer said that she just had the ambition of, making $1 million, she was fired. So when people know that there are consequences for action, except to say that I've been very disappointed in President Nana-Addo on how he has handled corruption, because the president made corruption #1 topic during the campaign, but he is the greatest enabler of corruption. I can give you a classical example of Charles Bisu. The president picked him, ABAJ. It had to take the special prosecutor to arrange him before courts. They are in court, so I wouldn't want to comment on it. Classic example. Look at his own Director of Communication in the divorce petition, the properties that have been acquired in a space of 4 years for a man who was being taken care of by the wife, within a space of 4 years, had so much properties. This is something that we all ought to be talking about, because it is too much, and when it happens like that, it is our taxes.
It doesn't seem to me that you believe the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources vowing almost to look into all these transactions from 1927, and the special prosecutor asking for collaboration with the ministry to find some answers is of any brings you any calmness. But I'll pick the thoughts of those who are watching us right now. Our WhatsApp number 05555 Do send your comments across to us. CAF is about to read them, and these are your thoughts and not the thoughts of GBC or any of us presenters. CAF.
Right, thank you very much. This is from BAM. I'm glad the special prosecutor has taken an interest in Sir John's estate. Wishing him good luck. Thank you very much for that. Alhaji Hamza, for God's sake, government functionaries should stop insulting our intelligence. We were told by Lands Commission that they have no records of Sir John having any lands in the Achimota Forest. Sir John's name cannot be found there because he has willed it to his beneficiaries, so they should start looking for names of those who inherited the properties and not Sir John. To me, nothing good is going to come out from the audit of the Lands Ministry because they don't trust them when it comes to the management of the resources in our country. Good morning, GTV. All those who benefited from Sir John in acquiring lands in the Ramsar site at Sakumono and the Achimota Forest should be exposed so that it will not happen again if they are sanctioned. From Al-Haji Haruna in Ashaiman. I want to say, somebody's shouting you out, both you, Thelma, and Beatrice. So Mahmoudou Ba giving you thumbs up. Special Prosecutor's Office finally comes into action, starting with investigating a dead person. Why not the living ones? Well, it's not. He didn't just start with Sir John, guys. The PPA man is very much alive. The MCE who was caught on video demanding a refund for an election gone wrong, he's also very much alive. So please, people are alive. Wati. Okay. All right. Master Planner says, Honorable Sir John, I believe is clean and pure. Okay. And so you are amazed about Beatrice, and you say her corrupt, and is he talking about corruption today? Jida Sada. Okay, so we're equalizing now. So that's a normal story in Ghana. You want Ajosafu to go to the opposite of heaven. I can't read that. Any more messages coming? Keep them coming in 055-556-1034. Much as we are not all happy about Sir John's will, Beatrice cannot say all the properties listed in the will were acquired in his political space. Why is it that the persons who listed their properties and posted on social media had dates of acquisition against some and not all the other properties? So there's a lot of conversation about what Sir John may or have not, he may or may not have had. The OSP is not a serious person. How can he be investigating only Sir John's involvement in the case of the Achimota Forest? while leaving Mr. Mahama and these people who have some portions of the land. Is that for a fact? He's doing his work more than Martin Amidu. He must be doing better, as said before. Okay. All right. So we've got a lot of political conversations going on here, of course. Good morning to you. It's my prayer that the SP will investigate it and leave no stone unturned on Sir John's will. Talking about wills, we're going to be asking this question. What do you put in a will? That's a conversation we'll be having with a lawyer next hour with Mr. Ampao. We're looking at what are the determinants of what goes into a will. What do you put in? What do you put out? And that's a conversation that you really want to be part of right in about 30 minutes time. So you're watching GTV Breakfast, and Thelma is going to be sitting down, continuing with her conversation with her guests on the issues that are making the headlines in the news. Handing over back to you, Thelma.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Indeed, thank you, Kav. And so we are looking into the top stories in the newspapers this morning. We've been joined by Ellen Amadeko, member of the National Communications Team for the NPP and National Women's Organizer Hopeful, joining us a bit later at the table this morning. Is everything fine? Welcome.
Everything is fine. Good morning. As
Valerie said, I should say, you're
obviously
right.
She's
campaigning. So
decked out. Right. I am right in the middle of, campaigning.
So you missed out on quite a bit.
Oh,
we've
sorry.
been talking about our tourism and about the increase in the number of our arrivals as captured in the Ghanaian Times. Ministry of Tourism is expecting 5 billion in the next few years for our tourism, and already making some strides. Beaches has made comments about our infrastructure and how expensive it is to do anything tourism-wise in the country. We've touched on the infrastructure, road access, and even how to enjoy the facilities when we get there. We've put that matter to bed. We've also just now started a conversation about the special prosecutor of making the statement to investigate Sir John's will. And the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources also making indications that it will be conducting an audit. So that's us bringing you up to speed to where we've been so far. I wonder if you'd want to pick on these two before we go into our next conversation. Speaker Alban Bagwin says Parliament is broke, and we'll be putting the focus on that story next. What would your thoughts on what we've discussed so far be?
Well, before I get there, good morning to you once again. Good morning, Beatrice. Good morning to all our delegates watching and those watching. We are starting our regional elections today.
I'll save that for last.
7 regions.
Front page.
Yes, and I'm taking a particular interest because I have 4 loyal ladies who are contesting as regional positions. So Ama Fusia of Ahafu region, she's going for regional women's organizer, and Nanaya of Western North, Rhoda of Western region, and Nanaya is also going for women's organizer region. Rhoda is going for treasurer for Western region, and then Hajia of Savannah, that's how we call her, who is also going for regional women's organizer. I wish them all luck. I'm excited that we have shown up at the police station. We showed up, and it's showing, and we are showing all the way to the national levels. Yes, on the special prosecutors issue with Sir John. Beatrice, this one, I think I'll throw it at you since you are my senior at the bar. Is it possible to investigate somebody who is dead?
That's also a valid question.
Is it possible? Because Sir John has passed on. May his soul rest in peace. And he's passed on for almost two years.
The special prosecutor says they're investigating the estate.
So assuming
that continues to live and exist.
Assuming they investigate the estates and something is found wrong, who are we going to hold culpable?
The successor. Yeah.
The successors.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wish him luck in his
investigation.
In his investigations. Let's see how it comes up, because this is also a very new area in the criminal whatever of our country. So, I mean, we are. Is it jurisprudence of our country? We are growing. We are looking at things. So let's look at. So it is possible that no matter what you do, even if you die, we can investigate you. I think we are all getting those lessons, and we would all act accordingly. Then to the tourism matter. Yes. Apart from everything else, I am a very, very fun-loving woman. When I decide to let my hair down, I let it down. Well, I don't have much hair, but you can imagine, yeah. I like having my fun. And one of the issues I've always had problems with, and I'm always on my friends, why would you travel to Dubai and go and look at a beach when the Western region, Elembele, has such beautiful beaches? The first time I was there, I was like, wow. Quiet. One of the best beaches.
Clean, open
clean, nothing, very nice. But the point is, how do you get from Accra to Elembele? If you decide to go by road, you have to face Kaswa issues. This week has been terrible for me on the Kaswa road. 2 days were locked out. I had to go to the central region. If I tell you the stress I went through with that landslide at the toll booth, you will come there later. So if I am going to enjoy myself and I have to go through all the stress before I get to Elembele, fine, so I'll fly. How much is plane ticket from Accra to Takrady and then from Takrady to Elembele? So if I want to take my children and myself out maybe for a year, the whole year, I'm taking my boys out, you know, I would have to cough up for a weekend stay about 25,000, 30,000. In today's Ghana, just to go enjoy myself. Hey, sister. So these are the permutations and the calculations that local Ghana before we go out for. Because with that amount of money, I can fly out to Dubai. I can go to them. I can go to Mauritius. I can go to the Maldives.
Then that we end up making all these computations with foreign visitors into the country. Does it take into account local domestic travel efforts?
So as much as the Ministry of Tourism is looking at all this, man, we could have made 3, 4, 5 times as much from the foreigners and then from those of us here who also like enjoyment. But it is too expensive for me to enjoy in Ghana. And so on that score, I agree with Beatrice that it's I mean, I don't know how to explain. Would you cough up to 25,000 Ghana cedis for a weekend? Even if you could afford, my dear, there are 1,001 things you could do as a mother, a young mother. Hey, but it should be part of our lives. Yeah. We have kept our children and ourselves so much in our four walls that the children grow up and I mean, entertainment is also part of life, and we should enjoy Ghana. Ghana is beautiful, but it's expensive. So the Ministry of Tourism should be looking at hotel rates. You go to a place, they say they are 4-star, and you go like, this 4-star,
that point.
And they are charging me 500, 600, 1,000, 1,002 a night.
$.
Hey, so you sit in your house, you buy some Fanta and biscuits for you and your children.
There's rice,
and
there's rice in the fridge.
Yes, and then you watch TV.
I can't even begin to tell how many times I wanted something. My mom said, "But there's rice in the fridge."
But I think
that's the answer to all. So, Mommy, can we go to this? Right?
But I think we can look at it. The Ministry of Tourism can look at it so that we make the local tourism very attractive, and then those of us in Ghana can now move to other regions. I mean, the Bono area is a beautiful place. Kintampo, for you have to suffer before you get a good hotel, and it's all part of. And the people who want to invest in those areas, the issues about land, the issues about ownership, the issues about the person starting the work, and then some locals think that you are sitting on our land and you are benefiting when they forget that the person had put in investment. And by the time you realize the whole business has gone, a lot of people have tried and they've packed out.
We will have another opportunity to talk about these things when we talk about the MMDCEs from 3 regions sensitized to government Youth Start program captured in the Finder newspaper. So we are talking about efforts to make sure that Ghana and indeed the African continent develops. We've talked about Sir John's estate already, investigation underway by the special prosecutor, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources also calling for an audit of all the issues surrounding Achimota Forest since 1927. For now, we'll start our guys on the ground, and it's Keep an Eye with Valerie coming up shortly.
Hi, welcome to this side. And yes, we're talking about something we've been talking about since last weekend, flooding. And so our guy Jay is on the beat. He's at Abosilkai and he's going to be interacting with some traders and this is after the rains. And so Jay is on our beat, and he'll be on our screen shortly. Remember that we are streaming live on Facebook as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Also, if you use the hashtag GTV everywhere, you find us everywhere. That is Facebook again. You can find us on YouTube. You can find us on Twitter. You can find us on Instagram when you use the hashtag GTV Breakfast, and Jay is on our beat. Good morning, Jay. What can you report from Abosokan? What's happening?
Thank you so much, Val. Okay, so you know the rains are coming in, and of course it has affected a lot of local traders. When we did the stories earlier this week, we managed to speak to some of the traders who are around here who are affected adversely by it. So unfortunately, there isn't that much that they can do. But right now, we're just here to find out how exactly they manage with the situation. With the interchange, the road construction, which is presently ongoing, what happens is when the rain falls, due to the fact that the drains are blocked and all, what happens is it brings a lot of debris, a lot of dirt into their shops. So right this morning, I'll be speaking with the PRO of the Abosokan Tire Dealers Association and find out how exactly they recover from all these, how it's affecting their business and all that. So just before that, I'd just like to speak to him so he tells us what exactly happens when it rains. So Poku, good morning. Pacho Bibi Aboko there.
Pacho Boko.
Yeah. Pacho, Sisia, since you toward this side, assemble an AC.
It's your tour this side, you had the idea, your problem, pa. You see a free Kaneshi Academy Wobaning in Ano, Ebegu Obich Obilante about ya. Into a basana, and we are not a sign of Quano Muyan into a running in every 2 baby store and I'm ensuring in a quay store. Store beer, Wabosa can be a ensure a coho. It's your big problem, pa, and your smart and client, you know. Ensure the tar. Sunny a Quano Muyan, no more SC go test nibby. Inti ama nsuo ni ntumi emfamu ma nti ebasa ene tiles ye new tiles eton nyina no ubehu a ehu nyina bofi uhu ebeka se use tiles nti ye problem no.
Before road construction na ahamutai suffer from like road flats and as a BBC like that. Now it's only type ba
pacho there be nsuo ni ma but on start we ni there too much nsuo ni ba pa
nti road Kasana, Omaka Bibiaka, Gata no one, I say drains, Omaka Bibi one.
Ya fla womono, almost such as say, a Juma no moon ye, it almost mean Yaoshe. Now last omni equishia, I wore a him fee Royal Chapel. I'm one much say and say, Omubeye Gota, Eddie Atum, Ombi men got an Eddie Atum, it won't be close your store bear 2 or 3 months. Yes, you in Banquan say, Womo Mayor MIA. Nanso no omo pese omo wie sa overhead na nsa na omo abeye na se ne nsuo no so eto no chese se ye kase ye twen ama omo awie overhead na omo abeye a yesuo no manyina abesei cause ye receipt any invoices ye to ye beye 600 to 1000 Ghana ni nyina ye den ni nyina sei a ye ntumi anya bia wom. It's a problem, pa.
More bank no. Say, Matty say like, getting more aqua fiana say, Bibi like that. Matty Bibi one.
Oh, Yati Bibi or home. Yati Bibi or home now. Esan say, Ensin, Yehun, ye can't a found. San say, Yehun say, Wamabu boss was spare password. But say, Ensin, Tino, Yehun, ye can't found. It's ye, ye watching him.
When say buildings be wahanum, ya church nyama also. I want to say about ye gata na like you be 2 star buildings no.
Baby, o mama ke no esan say gata no mo be ya machines no mo de beba nti. Ebi o mbe here space. Nti na ma wo mo mark won I think say be say ya ha ne de enka ho. But ye ho no wo gota no ho. It is ye ntumi emie store that time a wo mbe gota no. Just one movie and son yet to me a store. Yes, you had to say, one we get an my set 3 months cry a better nephew. One we are. One must say, on be compensation. Yes, I get to me. In Tiana, who can say, one by Baby Amay.
Okay, it's a business more condescend, a John Moyana since you told Mukondescend.
Oh, Cecilia and Sio to the business, they are circular. Yabakula and then pony at me a shaker. Yabani to me, fatalize no man. It's a tiles nso a tiles nyinaa yɛ mono. Nsuo ni atɛkyɛ na sɛ ho nti no ama asa akɔyɛ use. Eti ama sesia no edwa no nso atekɔ. Nti market na mma. Ye ba betena asa na asan akɔ fie.
So I've been speaking with the PRO of the Apostle Kai Thai Dealers Association, telling us how adversely the road construction, with the fact that the drains are blocked, how it's affecting their business. And of course, they are selling brand new ties, but with the way the waters keep coming in, when the customers come and see the ties, it looks like they are used ties, owing to the fact that they are very, very dirty. And so they've been spoken to about being relocated close to the so that the drains and the gutter can be built for them. A few of the buildings here have been earmarked to be broken down so that the construction can take place. But in the meantime, since nothing has happened yet, this is the situation at hand. So this is how they are managing the situation, so to speak. We are quite close to the Obetebi Lamte roundabout, and you can see that work is currently ongoing, and we pray that the gutter is constructed as soon as possible so that the local traders here won't be so adversely affected. So this has been the Keep an Eye report here from Apostle Kai. Back to you, Val, in the studio.
Thank you, Jay, for that report. But your tree is not approved by the FDA, neither by the Breakfast Show team, Jay. Thank you for that report. And that's our report from Keep an Eye from the Aposokai area. Our guy Jay was speaking to the PRO of the traders. I'm handing over back to TT, to you and your ladies.
Thank you, Val. Keep an eye with Jay, not keeping an eye on his tree, but keeping an eye on Aposokai. The floods is still very topical, and people still feeling the pinch and the ravages of the weather there. Days after the rain, we had some slight showers in my parts of the city earlier on this morning at about 1 a.m. Hopefully others also had reduced numbers of rains in terms of volumes and not too many flooding instances, I hope. Our other Keep an Eye team is also on the ground, and when they are ready, we'll link up to them once again via Valerie. So the ladies are still at the table with me, Ellen and Beatrice, talking about the topical issues. I'm thinking that you may want to have a little bit of a go at the flood situations that we've seen, even though it's not in the list that we have before us. Just off of the report that we've seen from Aposokai, we saw how the road folded up basically, and the minister moving in quickly to commission some works to be done to bring the traffic situation into a much better place, and we saw how it moved quickly just a few hours down the line. And we've had conversations about how we have been so unable to find the final fix to our flooding problem, and every year we see these scenes and people have to come out and say we are suffering from these waters and we need help, and yet they continue to stay where they are. Are we making gains?
Thelma, we are not going to find a solution to flooding worldwide, because we have all decided worldwide that we will not cut down on the green emissions. We are going to continue polluting the environment. So it's not just Ghana. The flooding situation is all over.
A climate change issue?
I think it's a climate change issue, but our case is aggravated. Apart from the general issue that the world is going through, we have by our attitude decided to aggravate our own situation. There was a picture, I think it was Metro TV, that I saw putting up on social media yesterday, of somebody throwing rubbish into the gutter. And I think somebody stood in his office and took a picture somewhere in Adabraka. Look at what has happened in Adabraka this year on. Places that has never experienced flooding. They are all experiencing flooding. So apart from the world issues, the climate change issues and all that we had to deal with, we also have to think about ourselves and our issues. When you see that the weather has turned and you start throwing rubbish into the gutter, where are you expecting that rubbish to go to?
To go away.
To go where? That the end result is what will all gather at circle, and then the water will push back. That's the first one. Then the second one that I want to discuss is the Geological Survey Authority, the Meteo people, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the past 10-15 years have been screaming on the Kaswa Weja issue those mountains that we have all decided to degrade. And today we are seeing the end result of that. Look at the amount of silt that gathered between the old barrier to SCC Junction. That whole stretch of route was blocked coming from Kaswa to Accra for 2 days. And I heard they carried away 73 big trucks of ania, sand, coming from the mountain, meaning that people's houses, what do we call it? The foundation and everything on those hills are all being compromised. You have to deal with the old barrier to SCC Junction matter. When you finish, you can deal with the old toll booth. That one where Asamoah's house is. And as for his house, one day he wake up and his house will be in the middle of the streets, if not in the Weja Dam. Because that whole area, it also comes down. So anybody who lives in Kaswa, Weja, Botiano, SCC, all that area, or you are going to the central region, western region, or crossing over, for the last 1 week, your day, your week, your everything has been spoilt. And that is the only main route that we have. So as my mother will say, may her soul rest in peace. When mosquito even coughs on the Kaswa route, there's traffic. Plus this one. For me, this flooding has just, I am tired, I'm exhausted, because next year we'll come and talk about this whole matter again.
I'm speaking to two strong ladies, one from the side, Beatrice Annan, and another from the NPP side, Ellen Ama Deko. They are having a go right now at the flooding situation we've witnessed in parts of the capital and beyond this week, with hours of rains leading to loss of some property there, flooding homes and businesses, and attitudes partly blamed for where we are now. Others, engineers and others, have called for a proper restructuring of our drainage system and to even think through where we site what in the spatial planning space to ensure that we bring these numbers down. I'll pick your thoughts on what this means for our 62 years of recording floods in the capital, Beatrice. Subsequent governments have had opportunities to make inputs into the fight.
Let me ask a question. The gentleman you spoke to right now at Abosiokai and all that people complaining, assuming they are asked to move from where they are, would they move?
That's a question we could put to them the next time we see them. I don't know which part of the capital you live at, but then what experiences have you had with flooding? Do you think it's getting better or worse where you are? And we're told investments have been made. The president directed MMDAs to break down all the structures on waterways, telling us that from 2017 to now we've spent 450 million in our efforts to fight these floods. Are we seeing the benefits of what we've put in?
I mean, not to say this in the face of people, fortunately, I haven't lived in any flood-prone area that I have personally experienced flooding like how the images show. Where I live, I haven't also experienced, but I know water is very heavy and powerful. And when water decides to cause destruction, nothing can stand in its way. And like Ellen has given the example, even tipper trucks fully loaded with sand had to be swept away. So I don't think that we should trivialize the issue of flood. I just think that we have not done ourselves any good, because in the run-up to the 2016 election, the NPP politicized flooding as though John Mahama was a meteorologist, and it was his doing that we experienced flooding in Ghana. A classical example is, I don't know whether it's the June 9th or the June 10th incident at Circle, where lives were lost because of
June 3.
Okay, so where lives were lost, and it appeared as though it was the DC. And instead of having a national conversation, the promise was that they were going to eradicate that incident. Today we are having this discussion. So I want to say that when it comes to flooding, when the water enters your house, it will not ask for your party colors. When you are being swept away, it will not ask whether you are NDC or MPP. So there is a need for us to have bipartisan discussion, and I would urge the government to act responsibly, because you see, I remember very well sometime in 2015, Mr. Ibrahim Mahama wanted to dredge the Odor River for free because, of course, he was into moving earth, and that's what the Engineers and Planners Company, which he owned, was about. I remember vividly well the majority leader, Honorable Osaiche Mensah Bonsu, was up in arms against it and said no. Today we are being told that 450 million cedis has been used, and this year's floods have even been worse. And so it is important for us to enforce the law. You see, we have so many laws in Ghana. We have laws in excess of 1,000 different. These days, when new laws are passed, you see Act 109.
Four figures.
Four figures. So it means that we are in the four figures. We have even the mosquito ordinance law. What to do with mosquito? We have so many laws in Ghana. And so I have no doubt in my mind that when it comes to enforcing laws on building in waterways, building and even environmental protection laws, but the laws are not being enforced, because the politicians are afraid that when the laws are enforced, the people will vote against them. And when these things happen, we'll have to come and sit here and talk about them. Let's move the people who are in the waterway. Let's stop selling the forest reserve and the carbon sink. Let's stop thinking about ourselves. Let's for once agree that as a society, let's do the right thing. And I feel that the consistency of the rain this time, because I have listened to the head of the Ghana Meteorological Department say that Accra has recorded some high rains as compared to what we had in the past. And for the 3 days that it rained, the thickness of the rain was heavier than that of Axim, even though we know Axim to be one of the areas that records some of the highest rainfall. And so we are seeing a certain trend. And it is in this space that we should not be having a discussion about who has acquired Achimota Forest, because it is our only carbon sink. And it's our only, I mean, one of the, even only in Accra, the major area where we can sink water. And if Achimota Forest is developed, like it has been declassified to be developed, the water will now rush down to another area and there will be another flood. And so let's not lie to ourselves that some way, somehow, because we belong to the political elite, some way, somehow, we are not affected. Let us look at, it may not take 4 years, it may not take 5 years, but certainly we need to solve the issue of flooding. We cannot solve everything, but we can do so much about it, especially like the Abosokan incident.
Right, Valerie is ready to take us away on another trip outside our studios for Keep an Eye, and I'm tempted to think that this time Alan would have a report for us. Valerie, is that right?
Yes, Alan has a report for us. So Alan is in an area in Kuntunse. Apparently it's near Ntawam, and this area was cut off for 3 days when it rained, and they called for help. Help came and is left what seems to be some sort of looming danger. And Alan is on the beat and he's going to give us that report now. Alan, thank you for joining us, Alan. What's happening? Speak to us. What's the area called first?
Hi, good morning, Valerie. Thank you for coming to us. We're currently coming to you live from Kuntunse Satellite. Kuntunse Satellite is near Nsawam, as you mentioned earlier, and this particular location is behind Kwan's Estate. And so for those who know Kwan's Estate around Kuntunse, this is a new development which has so many houses. In fact, if you have the eye in the sky, a shot from our eye in the sky, you'll find there are so many houses around us, including schools and other shops and other social amenities that help make life somehow relatively okay to move about and to go about your own business. What has brought us here this morning is a call from a member of the public who, after the rains, spotted something very unusual. It is to do with their electricity. What happened was, after the rains, they had to take off their power because 2 of their light poles got tilted so badly they were almost underground. But what stood out for me as I arrived here, or when I arrived here this morning, was this very one, as you can see, definitely right behind me. The top of the pole, we should hold on to the power lines, broke off. It did not land on the ground. It is hanging precariously next to the pole. And something I find really very interesting is the fact that the property behind the pole has the meter still hanging on there. And so if you need to recharge your electricity, you'll have to come and touch your card to the meter in order to have your power restored if you run out of power. Their light had to be taken down for 3 days, and so they went without light for 3 days. They reported it to ECG. They called their call center in Sawam. They sent men out here to come and assess the situation. They came on site and left. What they did not do was to restore or replace the pole, but they restored power to them. And so as I speak to you, you have power running through this. Just spare us, touch wood, that someone comes close to this pole with water sitting under it. You can only imagine what will happen to them. As you walk down the power line, what you have again is the power cables crossing one another. This, from a layperson's viewpoint, such as I am, a layperson such as I am, when it comes to matters of electricity, I can clearly tell there is danger overhead. And this is running in front of a house under which there are shops. If we pan slightly to our right, you would see how close the next pole is to the property. It's sitting just right next to it. And imagine a child being up there somewhere, trying to play and coming close to it. This would not need a soothsayer to tell you clearly there is danger to residents on this road who lives next to these power lines. I tried reaching ECG this morning only to get confirmation that they're aware of this particular situation and that their men have been on the ground taking an assessment of the situation. They're going to be working on it. Emphasis mine, they're going to be working on it. If this going to be working will be this morning, then maybe we can hang around slightly a bit longer to see when work will start. But if going to work on it is generally what it means, going to be, then maybe we're going to be in for a few more days. Waiting for a few more days will perhaps revert to our proverbial vulture nature as Ghanaians. We wait until the problem is here, and then we make so much noise, and then we, send our condolences to families, and then also commiserate with people and say, well, sorry, only to come and restore, but the harm had already been done. This is the situation out here at Kuntunse Satellite, where residents are asking ECG at a minimum to bring a pole to change this broken one and restore the power lines to their natural state, just to avoid any harm coming to them. Thank you very much, Valerie, for coming to us or joining us here at Kuntunse. My name, as always, is Darrell Alantego, your Chief Labourer.
Thank you, Chief Labourer, for that amazing and insightful report. And that's a dangerous scene we just saw. So we believe the authorities that be watching, and something will be done ASAP. Alan is on the beat, and so he's going to stay there. And then before the show ends, we'll definitely bring you a report if the ECG are truly there or not. And that's what we're going to be keeping an eye on. I'm handing over to T, and she's discussing what's trending in the headlines with her all-female group.
Thank you, Val, and to our guy on the ground, thank you as well for that report. Kuntunse Satellite, the ECG needs to get meant to solve that problem immediately before disaster strikes. And the ladies are about to wrap up on their submissions. We did not have much time to go into every single story that is of prominence in the papers. Of course, the NPP regional elections dominated the front page of the Daily Graphic, and the graphic is saying a surprise awaits candidates in Ashanti Central, and they are the must-watch regions according to the paper. We couldn't get into the teachers being brought into the fight against terrorism and the attempts to get children educated on what they need to look out for in the See Something, Say Something campaign launched by the National Security Ministry. Of course, government is also taking steps to prepare the minds of MMDCEs for the You Start program. We are told that, among other things, proceeds from the e-levy will be put to that use. Whilst all that is going on, NAPCO trainees keep messaging us saying they have not been paid. So on one hand, we have You Start, sensitization ongoing. On another hand, NAPCO and other temporary workers have not received their allowances. So many issues there we could have gone into, but there is not much time to do that. So I'll leave it open for you ladies to pick which one you'd want to spend your closing comment on. I'll start with you and give the final word to Ama B.
Okay, so I think that the MPP is going for holding its regional elections over this weekend. I'm told from today through to the weekend. The NPP is the cause of Ghana's challenges today. The party is a reflection of the bad governance we are seeing, and it is reflective in how big shots in the NPP have fallen. And so shots fall, and I'm very hopeful my sister here will emerge as their national women's organizer, because she needs to restructure the party from opposition in 2024. So she has to win.
Okay.
And if you're delegates watching me,
you nicely.
yes, if you're delegates watching me, Elena Madakun has done a fantastic job for the MPP.
I haven't asked her to campaign.
You are campaigning for.
She's done a very fantastic job. It's not easy waking up every morning and going on TV and radio to speak. So I think that it's good that you reward hard work. And if I were a delegate, I never would be a delegate in that party, but I will urge delegates to vote for her because she's done a very fantastic job.
So just tell us where to send the bills, you or to Ellen. Ellen, your final word.
I'm campaigning. She will pay.
When an NDC person suddenly jumps on your campaign, you have to be very careful. I beg everybody. I have not. I beg it. Don't come and spoil my rig with your samba. Don't come and spoil. My delegates know what I can do. They are aware, and they don't need you to tell them.
I'm just
when somebody, as I said, the person is already telling you, all of you, that the party is bad. Obviously, when you know it's not the truth, your own is going to come. After our own, your own too will start. And that is where we see the real samba.
Ladies.
In the meantime, I want to say big good luck to all the women standing for any position in these regional elections, especially the young women. As I said, this year we have shown up, and we have shown up very nicely. And I wish we would just do this and do it right. And after all this, we will not have a lot of people fighting and
no fighting. Peace.
Court issues and all that. Let's do this free and fair. And I hope, with everything that is going on, I'm sure it's going to be done well. But as
Thank you.
The graphic said, I'm also expecting a few surprises. So let's
surprises. Let's see what those surprises would be come Monday, when the headlines return once again to look into the stories being carried by the newspapers. Once again, happy birthday, my brother Kitchener, and also to Rakofi Hansen. You guys know I love you. GTV Breakfast continues after the break.
a shoulder to cry. Run on my pampas, so we try was suicide. Yeah, let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom gonna do. We go straight to stardom. And I'll take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. But baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't code next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana, in 2016 pledged to ensure free senior high school education for every Ghanaian child. Under the leadership of the President, the first year enrollment has grown from 308,000 in 2016 to a projected 500,000 this academic year. The Transformation Agenda series exposes you to the varied and various achievements of the government in the area of education, delving into the policies, interventions, and infrastructure development that has occurred under the leadership of the President. Be my guest this and every Saturday through all the 16 regions of Ghana from 8 o'clock p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Transformation Agenda series, reimagining education for national development. Transformation Agenda series coming soon on GTV.
Hello and welcome to the Real Travel Show, where we take you on an exciting journey of fascinating places around the world. Invite your friends. Be my guest on this weekly journey around the world. Discover the food. Oh yes, my friend. The music, arts, culture, and the magical sights and sounds.
Welcome to the Real Travel Show with me, yours truly, Ras Mubarak, and you, my friend, are very welcome.
GTV Breakfast, welcome again. And yes, we're on the yellow couch, but we are not doing anything music or going to the arts. We are going to church. The Ghana Presbytery is celebrating 100 years of impacting people's life with goodness that the Lord has to offer. And I haven't 100 years, and I have in studio Reverend Isaac Quist. He's the acting chairperson of the Ghana Presbytery Centenary Celebration Committee, and Reverend Mrs. Patricia Addy. She's the Ghana Presbytery Director, Economical and Social Relations Department. Welcome, Refs, to our humble studios.
Thank you very much.
So I usually don't do this, but because there are so many negative emotions going around, the youth are calling for more jobs, like there's a general atmosphere of distress going around. May we ask that you begin this session with a prayer? We have a lot of people watching us. So.
Okay, please let's have a word of prayer.
Definitely.
Father, in the name of Jesus, we continue to thank you and bless your name for the gift of life. We thank you for all that you are doing for us as individuals and collectively as a nation in the midst of all the distress and everything going on. Your peace continue to abide with us, and we are so grateful to us. We pray that this morning, this studio, you'll be with us, and Lord, see us through, and be with the entire country as we deliberate on issues concerning this nation, and also as we bring on board what the church is doing. May your spirit move, and may your will be done. In the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Amen. And so, yeah, we began with a prayer. So please tell us, I'll start with you, Reverend Isaac Quist. Tell us the journey, the historical journey of the Ghana Presbytery.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all Ghanaians. Ghana Presbytery is one of the presbyteries of the Presbyterian Church of Ghana. We have a number of them. And Ghana happens to be in the Greater Accra region. This was established in 1922.
Yes.
Yes. And it used to be Ghana Adangbe Presbytery. So
in 1922, I'm confused about the date. This happened, and then in 1972, Dangbetong was carved out of the Ga Presbytery.
Okay.
And then also in 2016, another was carved out of the Ga Presbytery. We call that Ga West. So Ga Presbytery now is, to make it a simple way, traveling from Makola to Nsawam, using circle Ofanko Pokwasi Road.
Right.
All the congregations on your right hand side belong to the Ga Presbytery, and those on your left are the Ga West. So Ga Presbytery is what I've described. Of the road, it spans up to an area just beyond Bauleshi. So we are bounded on the east by Dangbetong, on the north by Ekuapem, and then on the west by Ga West. We used to be 24 districts and one mission field. But quite recently, in March, 3 more districts were created: Ashama North, Sebrepo, and Atomic Hills. So we are now 28 districts and one mission field with about almost 200 ministers.
Wow.
So yes.
That's a lot.
It's a lot, yes.
Right. Rev, also, can you tell us some of the achievements and notable landmarks that the Ga Presbytery has achieved in 100 years?
Yes, Ga Presbytery has achieved a lot. To summarize, we have a social interventions that is assisting the government. In fact, Ga Presbytery has a ministry that has to do with taking care of the destitute, addicts, and those who abuse substance. We call it the Blue Cross Society of the Presbyterian Church of Ghana, and Ga Presbytery is championing that cause.
That's the Blue Cross Society.
Yes, Blue Cross. We have established schools. In fact, doing all these things, not forgetting about the Great Commission, making disciples of all nations. So evangelism, church growth are all landmark of what Ga Presbytery has achieved. Now, Ga Presbytery, we have a lot of secondary schools.
Yeah.
Yes, and we are creating jobs for the masses. We know that, as if I should quote Erickson, the purpose of the church realize to that social interventions, church and society, and also to worship God.
Right.
So when it comes to the spiritual aspect, we are doing it. When it comes to assistance to society, Ga Presbytery is there doing all sort of things, which if I'm enumerating, we will not have enough time to recount all.
Right.
Yes.
Reverend Adi, what are some of the activities that have been lined up for this celebration? When do we start? When do we end?
Okay, because it's a celebration, let me say, when I say Ga Presbytery is 100 years, you say hooray.
Okay, I say yes.
Ga Presbytery is 100 years.
Hooray.
Hooray. Centenary celebration is not an easy, it's a long thing God has done for us, and we all need to appreciate it. And so, by the grace of God, we started on 30th of January 2022 with launched, and we had our clerk of General Assembly being the guest speaker for the program. And from there, on the 14th of February, we had couples night with Uncle Bo White, where by the grace of God, couples and singles alike came together to reflect on their relationship lives. And then by the grace of God too, we had a kind of a lecture, public lecture on the theme, which is forging, grateful to for our heritage, forging ahead in unity and faith. So that lecture came on in April, and God willing, today, which is 27th of May 2022, we are going to have a centenary symposium at the Victory Congregation in the Fafraha district.
Right.
And our speakers are going to be Reverend Joyce Ai and then Reverend Dr. Johnson Imbila.
Right.
On the theme Mission,
Christian
Mission
in a pluralistic world.
Right.
So we are calling on all people to come so that we steer the affairs of this celebration, knowing what God has done and how we can continue mission work in it. Tomorrow is another great thing going to happen with the children's service and the JY, with the heritage trail, where opportunity is given to our children to also have an encounter with the celebration, to know what has happened right from day one until now and going forward. So the celebration continues until on the 18th of December 2022, where we are going to climax it at the
Black Star Square.
The Black Star Square. Yeah, at the Black Star Square. And we are calling on all Presbyterians, not only those in the Presbytery, but throughout the country and even beyond, to come so that together we celebrate to the glory of God for this 100 years and how far God has brought us.
Okay, can I listen virtually? I particularly want to listen to Dr. Joyce Aye in today's submission. So is there a way we can listen virtually or watch virtually? I beg your pardon, watch.
Yes, yes, we do. We'll create the link and send them around by evening this today.
Okay.
And she is going to speak. In fact, Christian mission in the pluralistic world, we're going to talk, listen to a talk about religious pluralism. We know what is happening when the people are holding to extreme ends. Now, Dr. Johnson Mbila is an expert in that area. He's going to speak to that. And then Reverend Dr. Joyce Aye is going to speak to socioculture and political pluralism. That is what is going to happen. And I urge all Ghanaians to listen to this symposium. And then the Heritage Trail, the children are going to visit some landmarks where the first chapel, where we have the Osu Ebenezer Chapel, where it was first built just around the Asumdwe Park.
Yes.
It is there. We're going to Abokobi. Do you know the Bible was translated into Ga by a German, Zimmermann. He had a nice garden that he sat in to do the translation. That place is still there. So the children are going to visit and then know for first hand what really happened. They are going also to Ukropong when there was a bombing in Accra and the people had to run for not only the bombing but other issues. So the expatriates had to move to Ukropong for various reasons where they settled. That they did there.
Wow.
So the children are going to have a feel of all these places.
Some sort of education as well.
Yes.
Right. Well, thank you very much for coming on the show. We are wishing you success. And final words before we wrap up, meaning what time today's talk will begin, what time it will end, what time to catch tomorrow's one, and if people want to jump on the bandwagon with their children as well, what time and where they have to converge.
Okay. Today's program starts at 6:30 p.m. at the Victory Congregation, and as we have already said, you can link up to us on the various social media handles of the Presbytery. The links will be given out in the evening, God willing.
Right.
And I must say that the youth are not also being left out. There's going to be a youth rally for our youth, and so they should be prepared and be ready for it. And so lastly, let me appreciate the work of God in the Presbytery and the lives of all people. We send greetings to our leadership, the chairperson of the Presbytery, Reverend Dr. Abraham Nana Oparekwachi, and the clerk of the Presbytery, Reverend Solomoni Ejeyi Mensah. And then to all staff of the Presbytery and to all Presbyterians, our congregants, the Unity Congregation, Domain, and then Taifa districts, and all ministers in the Presbytery, and every congregant. We say God bless you all for what you are doing. Continue to support the work of God, and the Lord will surely reward you. Amen.
Amen.
And also greeting to Epiphany Congregation, Kajano District, and to all Presbyterians, to my moderator, my clerk of General Assembly, and all the staff, supporting staff over there. And as she has rightly said, we are not leaving anybody out of this celebration. The children will have their quiz. There will be medical screening. There will be fun games. And many other things. Nobody should count him or herself out. Thank you very much, GTV, for hosting us.
Thank you very much, Isofo. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. And so, yeah, the conversation continues this evening at the Victory Congregation. It's at 6:30 p.m. and the celebrations continue for the 100 years of sharing goodwill to Ghanaians. The conversation continues after this break. This time, we're going to be having a conversation about wills. What to put in your will, what not to put in your will. Who should know about your will? Who shouldn't know about you? Who benefits from your will? I so desperately want to be someone's niece right now. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Wills.
Are you thinking about one?
Have you written a will?
What's in your will?
Is it forever?
We're talking wills on Friday, only on GTV Breakfast. Join us. Hi, welcome to GTV Breakfast for a big conversation. What to put in a will? We're going straight to business. My guest is managing partner for Heritage Law Firm East Legon, a former lecturer in 5 universities, Maurice Ampao, lawyer. Good morning.
Good morning, my brother. Good to be here.
Let's go straight to business. What exactly is a will?
Technically, in law, a will is any document. At times, it may not be a document, but anything that you put out there that is an intention to determine how your affairs and your property will be shared after your death. So once you decide to make a declaration as to how your affairs and your properties, whatever you have acquired in life, it should be managed and distributed, then that one is termed as a will.
Are there different types of wills?
Yes, you do have 3 solid different types. The first one is the ones that we inherited from our forefathers. That's the customary will. And normally we refer to that as Saman Sale. But that one, those days they were not used in writing. So what they do is that when they are bedridden, they just summon other family members or disinterested parties and then begin to tell them their intentions. That please, I'm about to die, therefore, when I die, bury me in this way and give my property A to this way. Don't allow Sister A to come to my funeral. They even end up insulting. My brother he didn't treat me well, therefore I don't want. They lament a lot, and then they all these things are part of a way of giving their last wish. Okay. And then those people there will be the witnesses. So after the burial of the person, the first thing that the family meets to discuss is whether he made a will. Then those who were there when they made the will begins to make those things known.
That's a customary will.
Yes, definitely. And if there is doubt, it goes to court to determine the validity. Then we have the will introduced to us by the British. We erected a common law, and that is what Parliament incorporated in 1971, and that is what called the Wills Act. Okay. That is more formalized. That is more structured. It looks at who can make a will, the validity of a will, who can make a will, the age limit. So if you are not 28 years and above, you can't make a will. And then it looks at the structure, the capacity to make a will. You must have a very solid mind. You should not be deranged or have mental challenges. It should be voluntarily. And then the one making the will should be of age. Then you look at what actually the language to use in the will. You don't use languages that anybody cannot interpret. So your languages should be straightforward, simple. And you look assets you are about to dispose of, how to ensure that there's certainty, there's no ambiguity in those you intend to make this property available to you. So, for example, you cannot make a will and say that I give my house to Kwabena, and if you have a lot of Kwabena in your family, you create a problem. So, and then you make sure that you, in the will, you only share or dispose of your self-acquired property.
Things that belong to you.
Yes, belongs to you.
Okay.
And then we have a portion where you must definitely create a place for executor, because you are gone. Therefore, you want the executor to carry your wish.
So the executor is the person who carries your wishes?
Yes, the wishes.
Okay.
And it's up to 1 to 4,
okay,
the limit.
Up to 4.
Then, yes. Then we come to a portion that is compulsory. You instruct the executor that, listen to me, everything that I'm disposing of, no matter my intentions, make sure first that you clear my funeral expenses.
Okay.
And then secondly, make sure that any just debt that I owe, make sure that you pay before you start sharing my property.
Okay. And this all falls under this the
Wills Act.
Wills Act of
Good.
1971. By the British. You said there were 3 types of wills. We've seen customary, the Wills Act. Which one
and the last one is the armed force specialized. It's a specialized will. That one, we created that one because we realized that the members of the armed forces have a different dispensation. They can die at any time during wartime. So we said that, look, let's give these people the opportunity to make wills not in accordance with even customary law or the Wills Act. Therefore, a member of armed forces can, at war, when he's shot and he's down, pick a stone and start writing a will on the ground. Like, I give my house to my wife. It's a will.
Under those special circumstances?
Yes, circumstances.
Okay. What kind of will is this? What is it called?
It's specialized will.
Specialized will. Okay.
So these are the 3 types of will.
3 types of wills that we have. What makes a will valid?
We look at so many things. When it comes to customarily, a will can be valid when it is done according to the ingredient that goes in it. So 1, you should be bedridden, or if you are not bedridden, you should make sure that you are making those will orally and you are disposing of your self-acquired property. So you cannot make a customary will and say that I give family land to my children, or I give school land to my children, or I give the church, or I give state lands. You can't do that. 2, those you are mentioning should be identified. And then 3, there are people who are not interested in your will, what you are giving out. They should be disinterested parties. So that, for example, if my father is about to die and he calls me alone and say, Loyampa, he said, Morris, come, I'm dying, I give my house and everything to you alone. Who will believe it? So the moment my father calls me, he said, please find out whether there is the landlord or anybody out there or any member of your family. Go and bring that person because I want to say something. So you must always make the will in the presence of disinterested parties, people who have nothing to do with your property. And at times, even if you can bring 1 family member or 2, because we want them to come and testify. And so then lastly, you must make sure that you are somehow bedridden. You know, you don't make a will when you don't feel like dying. You know, anybody who wants to die, there is, I don't know, I've not tested that before, but I can tell you for 1 week, you get to know that you are about to die. It happens. You can begin to have a feeling. When you are very sick, and you are feeling that, look, this thing, I'll go. Maybe at the end of the day, if you made a will, you can survive. But mostly you must do those wills when you are bedridden and you are about to die. Okay. But if even you are not about to die, make sure that those people you are disposing of the properties are people who are, 1, beneficiaries, and you can make a will and dispose of property to anybody. In fact, you can even give all your properties to your church. You can give your property to your dog, but the same law, the Wills Act, will tell you that you can't do an irresponsible will.
Which is what?
Meaning, you can now have a wife and children who depends on you, and then all of a sudden, you are angry with your wife, your children, therefore you give everything to your girlfriend and your side chick. You say, all my properties I give to the church, my houses, my this thing. Then you start to insult your wife. She cheated on me. My children don't respect. Fine. You have made your declaration, but the law under Section 13 will say, look, yes, you own those property, but society will not sit down for you to come and give birth and have a wife, and you leave and they become a burden to society. Therefore, they will go to court and trigger Section 30 and say that, my lord, this is our husband, these children depend upon him, he's dead, he has made a will, he didn't make any reasonable provision for us. Therefore, the court will step in, the probate court will step in and select, master, you are died, this will is valid, but we intervene.
Okay.
Therefore, they will then be like, what is reasonable? So if you have about 10 houses and you have given everything to your sidekick, the court can take 2 and give it to the wife, can take 2 and give it to the children, and then the sidekick takes 6.
Okay.
So the court have a way of looking at the circumstances of the case and intervene. So you must always make provision, whether you like it or not. Your wife, you should make provision for your wife, make provision for your children, make provision for your mother, and at times make provision even for your family.
So reasonable.
Yes, reasonable provision.
What can you not put in a will?
There are 30 things you cannot put in a will. Number 1, any property that you don't owe. You don't owe. You can't give in law. You can't give what you don't have. You only give what you have. Therefore, any property that you don't owe, you don't dispose of it. So 1, you don't dispose of family property. Because family property is meant for
the family.
The family members who are dead, the living, and those yet unborn.
Okay.
So you can't dispose of it, but you can't dispose of stolen property. You can't dispose of property that belongs to the state. 2, you can't dispose of a property that people have interest in it. You have a property that you own with your brother, joint acquired property. Then because you stay in that property and your children stay in that property, then quickly you dispose of this property to your children.
Can I dispose of my share of the property? If
Definitely
it's
you can. Yes.
My half goes
to
so, okay.
You can always dispose of your interest. You know you can rent an apartment for 5 years. And when you are about to die, you say, look, I've exhausted 1 year. So my 4 years rent interest, I give 2. So you can always dispose of your interest. And interest here doesn't mean the physical structure. At times people don't know that when it comes to land that you are buying, we don't buy the physical land, we buy the interest in the land. You see, so maybe you are going to buy a land, 3-bedroom apartment on the land, and the lease duration is 10 years. Or the lease duration is 50 years. The person selling the house to you have lived in that house for 45 years. It's left with 5 years for the lease duration to expire. And that structure on there, if you are going to buy, you are not buying the structure, you are buying the interest in that land. Therefore, if the person has 50 years and the person has stayed there for 45 years, you are left with 5 years for that lease to expire. So when you go and then ignorantly, you go and negotiate based on the physical structure, the value. Oh, please, let's bring the value. This house is 7 billion. You buy the 7 billion house only for 5 years. For the true owner of that house, the lessor will now show up and say, look, it's left with 5 years. Therefore, what you have bought, you have only bought interest in that house. Therefore, number 1, either they take the land, and the land, if you can carry the building, go. That's the problem. So if you go to Kumasi, Otunfo apply that law. So most of the lands at Edum were given 99 years lease. Almost more than 80% of those leases got expired. So now the chief have to come and then renegotiate with people, give a fresh lease, and that's where people are paying 5 million Ghana cedis, 6 million Ghana cedis. So when you are buying any house, property, you are buying an interest.
And not the thing itself.
So you must ensure
Okay.
that when you are making a will, you make dispose of the interest
that you're having in. Good. You're watching GTV Breakfast. We're looking at what to put in a will. My guest is a legal practitioner, lawyer, Maurice Ampao, and you can send your questions to 05556 1034. Share the link on Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. It's a big conversation. Of course, it's on the back of issues concerning wills and whether state lands had been given away to family members and things like that. And so we're diving into that to give you good public education. Is a will a confidential document?
Yes, highly confidential, because the content of every will carry confidential information. In fact, confidentiality by law start from how those information you had from your client. The person came alone. Hardly do you see somebody coming to you to make a will and then you come with other people and say, oh, please, go and I'm going to make a will. Yes, until you sit down. So number one, when the will is being prepared by a lawyer with the client, when there is even confidential relationship between a lawyer and a client, whatever goes on between a lawyer and a client is a secret. We don't say it.
So if a will leaks, who can be held responsible?
You cannot blame the lawyer, because after the will is made, a copy is given to the one who came to make the will. You give a copy to the one. Lawyers deposit it at the court. And if...
Say I write a will.
Yeah.
How many copies of this will be around, and where will the will go?
Normally when you write, then you expose yourself.
Yeah. No. If I get my lawyer to write a will, he'll keep a copy.
Yes.
And then do I have a copy as well?
Yes.
In my safe?
Yes. No. I'll give you a copy. But then I, as a responsible lawyer, we have two places where I can keep this will: the court and the bank, for safekeeping. But the court is the safest, because they have a way of giving the numbers to those wills, and then you can go and do a search and then retrieve the will after the death of the person. So normally the copy will be with your lawyer. You can also get a copy, but the lawyer will then will give you a caution. Please, as you are sending this document, keep it in a highly secretive place, because anybody who gets hold of the content can damage you. So there are some people who will tell the lawyer, I don't need a copy. And at times some people make will and trust friends. They give a copy to friends. That I've made a will, but please come.
Is that wrong?
No, it's right. At times it's good. It's good. That's good. Because you want to make sure that if you have a friend you trust so much, but the friend ought not to open the content of the will, because the moment you open, it is the confidentiality. You interfere with it.
It has to be open after the person is dead.
Yes, only after the person is dead. Okay. Normally, you give it to your lawyer, and the court has a way of depositing, and then there's a day when a person dies. When you have a copy of the will, the law says that quickly surrender it to the court for it to be read, and then anybody want to find out whether the deceased person have made a will, you just write to the register of the court in the form of a search. Please conduct a search as to whether Mr. ABCD made a will at your registry. If lucky enough you have a copy of the deposit receipts, you can attach it and quote it. Within 2-3 days, they do a search, and when there's a copy, they will write and tell you that, look, there's a copy of the will. Then you instruct them that you want it to be read on a particular date. Then they will tell you, bring us the interested parties, those who are the beneficiary. They should be there at all costs. So you can give the names of family members, give the names of the children, give the names of friends, and everybody who's interested in the will, so that they will appear. And then that day at the High Court, before it is read, the will be shown to all. The will be passed to everybody. Please take a copy. Look at the will. You look at it, realize that they are not being tampered with. Then the registrar will open it in the presence of the interested parties, and then it will be read. Once it is read, then quickly it becomes no more a public document.
Okay. Can a will be challenged, and who can challenge a will?
Every will is challengeable. You can subject every will to the legal scrutiny. That is why we have a probate court, a court that scrutinizes will and accepts it as valid. So we have the High Court and then the probate court, where every will, you don't take it as the moment it's read, you go to court and prove the authenticity and validity of it.
The will.
So you attach the will and you tell the court that this is the will. You mention the executors and this thing. If nobody comes to challenge it, the court will then okay it. Okay. But even if the court gets to know that there are some lapses, for example, the will was made without witnesses, the court will reject it if nobody even comes to challenge it. Now the will was made, but it was not made in accordance to this thing, the Wills Act. The court will reject it. If somebody raised an issue that the person who made the will was not mentally okay, he had the mental derailment or challenge, that will, if maybe somebody can challenge the will because the properties there are not self-acquired property. So if you go to the appropriate court as you speak right now, there are a lot of challenges over wills. I have wills that have been thrown out. I have wills that have been rewritten by the court by rejecting. Okay. Right. We have wills that the court have intercepted. We have wills that the court have actually thrown out. So every will is subject to scrutiny by the court.
It's a whole industry.
I'm telling you, it's a whole industry.
Before I get to Thelma, last question before I get to Thelma, why does it have to be a last will and testament? Is that important? What does it mean when you say last will and testament?
You see, because in law, because will is a declaration of an intention, it's only an intention. This is what I want to happen after my death. Therefore, we know that people's intention can change at any time. What you intend doing today, tomorrow you will not intend to do. Therefore, we realize that somebody can make a will this morning, and then in the afternoon, come and change their mind. I make a will, I decide to give everything to my children. Tomorrow morning, I realize that one of my children is misbehaving. One of my children is no more. One of my children is taking a position in life I don't like. You can go to your court and say, look, I came to make this will. Now, do what we call codicil. So the codicil, or maybe I'm withdrawing the former will. Normally, we want to use the words last, then so that it is that if I have done any previous will, it is cancelled. So you must always say that this is my last, because every given time you can change your will.
And can you change your last again?
Yes.
So
every given time you can
another
change.
last. So now we look at dates.
Yes.
To know which was the last.
Yes. So you must always say my last will. Those former will written cancelled every day. My father's will was made in 1976.
Your father's will.
Yes.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I was 68. And at the time my father made a will, he wrote in the will, any of my children reading law should be the customary successor. And that time my father had in mind my senior brother. He was reading will in London.
Law, okay.
Law in London. Then my brother dropped out through drug abuse. Then I, Morris Ampar from nowhere. When my father died in 1995, when they were reading will, everybody was pointing at me. So, lawyer Morris, no, your law. So I benefited. So if my father upgraded, I will not, because he didn't have him in mind. So at times you can make a will and it will not reflect your intention.
Desires, okay.
Yeah, that's why you must always try to. I am sure if Sir John was alive for some time, he would have amended some of the provisions.
Sure. We'll get to that in a short while. But let's get to messages now. Thelma, please go through and tell us what are the questions in
Yes,
terms of
indeed.
wills. Yes.
Loads and loads of them coming up on the screen. Remember, I always keep saying the surest way to make sure we read your messages is to keep it respectful. So we try to keep to some standards at the screen. These are your thoughts and not the thoughts of GBC, and I'll go straight to it. Some have been answered already, so I'll run through. Like this first one asking, what time do we read the will? Is it before the funeral expenses are paid or when? The lawyer answered that it will be done after the funeral expenses have all been paid for and debts have been cleared, if I remember correctly. So that's when the will is read. Another one says, lawyer, I'm interested in how interest in land is willed forever when the land has been leased. And Samuel Cranting is asking this question because I think he means that when you acquire a piece of land, it's for a certain number of years, yes. 50, 100 years. Yes. So then how do you then pass it on to your children and say it's forever?
It will be forever up to the interest that you have. So if you have 50 years interest, Formerly, most of these lands we have what we call freehold. They were not leasing; they were giving freehold. So most of the Accra lands were giving freehold. So freehold means that forever. But now there's a law which says every land should be leased. Freehold properties has been it's no more in existence. Therefore, every land has a duration. So you cannot give for life up to that duration.
Okay, so forever means the number of years
that you have,
that the land would remain in the possession of the one who made the will. Samuel Krante, I hope your question has been answered. The hashtag we love to see GTV Breakfast. What are your options if the owner of the land refuses to renew your lease upon expiry? Yao is asking from Accra. I guess it flows on smoothly from where Samuel's question and the response you gave him brought us. So what are the options if the owner of the land refuses to renew the lease upon expiry?
Then you are in trouble. Because if there's no provision that safeguards, gives the landlord a condition at all costs. Once it expires, the landlord can come in.
Okay, so forever has a time limit. Now, my question is, what will happen when you don't write a will and die? Who shares my property, family, or my wife and children? So, Charles wants to know
if you die intestate.
Then PNDC Law 1 will share your property for you.
PNDC Law 111, please check it out.
Society comes out.
Google it. It's there.
Why is the court safest and not the banks? Document of cases always get missing in courts. Reason many are still in jail without trials. I trust the banks.
It's
what
court,
David
Agbezuge said. A specialized place. There's a specialized place, a place purposely for deposit of will, and they are more into that. And then that you can retrieve it as easily. But the banks, they have other duties performing. Therefore, that place is safe, but the court is the safest.
Okay, David, that's your answer. Good morning, Kafui. Please, I would like to find out when should one update their will and what happens to my stuff if I don't have a will. Godfred, entry from Kumasi. I'm just running through the few that I have remaining. Hello, Kafui. Kindly find out from the lawyer. In a situation where the man married to 2 women and had children and only dedicated his will, decided to will all his properties to one wife. I'm guessing he's asking what happens.
What will happen?
You are a responsible man. Therefore, the law, the second wife
will make you responsible after you are dead.
Yes, they're dead.
Thank you.
Responsibility after death is what the lawyer's answer is. Good morning. My name is Dennis from Kumasi. Can a will be done for an adopted child while the biological child is around?
Adopted child in law is your child.
It's a child.
It's a child.
Every child is a child.
Yes. No. Adopted one is in law your child.
It's your child.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like more like a biological child.
Thank you.
That's the law.
So you can do a will for
your adopted child.
Can you leave out your biological children in your will and give everything?
They will fight you if they depend on you. You must be responsible to your biological children.
Okay. At what age can someone write a will? I think that was answered.
18 years.
18 years and above. Some of us, our wills will be one-liners. Give my phone to my brother, who today happens to be his birthday. Good morning. How about having 2 wills and giving to only the lawyer? How sure are you it won't be manipulated? Aha.
Yes.
Interesting question.
Write 2 wills, but you only this one. Or the lawyer goes and writes a different one.
That is a challenge. So we can have a situation whereby a lawyer writes a will for you and then decided to change it on his own. That's why fraud comes in. As lawyers at times can commit fraud.
Fire bend those lawyers.
Yes, they do.
Fire bend those lawyers.
In every profession, we have the mentors.
Yeah, we should bend them all.
Good morning, Cap. If my grandfather left no will, but his property was legally acquired through children as they had the indenture, it was rented to a well-known fuel station, renewable every 10. This one is a consultation. We'll send you the bill. Renewable every 10 years for 40 years. 2 siblings who previously collected and shared equally amongst the entire 7 are all deceased, left with one who claims that she now owns the land solely and now has changed to her name. And her name compounded with, is it legal for her to do that by willing it to her children alone now, whilst it wasn't willed to her?
Consult a lawyer.
Consult a lawyer.
Yes, consult a lawyer.
It sounds like a
they'll help you out. Yeah, he's not touting. I'm the one who's saying.
this is an interesting question. Is it true Sir John owned all his properties like the forest and estate for? Well, that is being investigated. We would not like to comment on it. And so Cranting is back to say, yeah, I guess he likes the answer that the lawyer gave him. Good morning, GTVBFS. In Islam, there's nothing like will after the death of the deceased. The properties will be shared accordingly by the male child, and then
but the male child gets more than female.
So it's simple in Islam. So
have you dealt with Islamic law?
No, the Islamic law doesn't apply now.
Okay.
If you fail to do the will, PNC law 111, I've taken over.
Thank you.
There's no Islamic law and Christian law. Alaji Hamza Pig Farm, can someone write his will to the court when he or she does not own such properties that he will to the beneficiary, like what is happening in? We do not know that that's what is happening in Sir John's case because that is being investigated. And so I'll stand that part. But can you will something that you don't own?
You cannot give what you don't have.
To stand. Okay. What happens if the whole family dies at the same time? Who takes care of the undeclared properties? I want to disinherit someone. What is the process? I thought having a will avoid probate. Thank you.
No, let's take them one by one.
Let's go through them.
The whole family just perishes at once. What happens?
Oh, then the wife and children are there. Everything then goes to the states.
Finish.
We are the beneficiary.
Number 2.
Who takes care of the undeclared properties? The state?
PN's long one comes in.
Straight up.
Disinherit someone. What's the process?
Do a new will.
Is this probate? Does it make sense to you?
Yes, probate is proving the will.
Okay.
That's the probate court. You go and prove the will, whether it's valid or not.
Great.
The screen is just coming
alive. No, let it flow. It's
questions.
A big topic.
Is a will made in consultation with the family head? If a will is made to current children and their mother, what happens to the other children?
You don't consult anybody in making a will. It's irresponsible on your part.
Yeah.
You decide.
Yes. You don't consult.
Somebody can kill you if you know that.
Yes, definitely. Are you going to consult with your wife? I'm going to make a will and give everything to my mom. You come home, you'll be poisoned.
Oh yeah, the way you talk about consulting, what about your husband? Okay, what if a will mentions older children and leaves out younger children?
Highly responsible. The court will intervene under section 13.
Maybe the children came later after the will had already been written. What would the law
still when you make application to the court, the best interest of a child prevails. So the children will be catered for by
interest
by
of the child. Very educated. Thank you, GTV Breakfast and Lawyer Ampal Messi Esiedia from Tabora is watching us. Ade says, I don't have any property. Can I still write will just to greet the family?
Everybody owns something. Your body is your property. Your body. Your body is your property. And then you see, as we live, we don't know what we owe because people are giving out things that we don't know yet. Your friends can make a will and mention your name there.
Exactly.
That's why anytime you are making a will, at the last end you said, any property that I owe but I don't know.
That one should also go.
Then you share it.
What about if I wanted to give away my organs? Obviously, I can't put it in the will because the will will be read after I've been buried. But if I wanted to give away my organs to science, what do I do?
It's your wish, but the family will determine.
My own organs?
Yes. Because you see, when you died, you are the property of the family. Therefore, the family have to plead with anybody who is interested in the organs.
Okay.
If the family says no, that's the end.
Okay.
Okay.
Right,
so, what's the limit of witnesses in making a will?
2.
2 witnesses
How many
noted
executors?
Here.
That's 4.
4 executors.
4 executors and 2 witnesses. Good morning, enjoying your discussion. Catrell, thank you. Yasra, I beg, don't kill us with laughter here. The whole family died. It's in relation to someone. The whole family died. Can someone will their wife?
Wife to somebody.
Somebody says that locally in some parts of Ghana it happens.
You can't will your wife.
So when I die, I want my wife to be inherited by.
It's an abuse of the wife right to decide from its own. Then is the wife a slave?
And she's on a property.
It's not a property.
Yeah,
in fact, your wife is not your property. Your wife is the property of
her
family.
So it's not yours. You can't will what you don't belong. Or that just belong to you.
Slavery has been.
In slavery times, you could have done that. You could have willed slaves away.
Goods,
property,
chattel.
Okay, so all the screen this has been answered already. Is a will made in consultation with the family head? Nope. It's a simple answer. Good morning, honorables. I have really missed a lot today, thanks to ECG, but I'm here anyway. Hey, join us on the Facebook stream, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Good morning, Kafi. What happens when one dies without writing a will and has children with 5 wives?
Pierre is the one who come and share it in accordance.
They have a formula in one.
Yes. formula. Very interesting.
Okay. What about if you? There was a question here. I want to say my grandpa has 5 houses, but his will, in his will, his children have 1 house, and the family takes 4 houses.
It's not possible. If the family, those 5 houses that self-acquired property of the man, the family has no business taking 4 out of the 5. It's illegal.
Okay, so then my question would be, based on the conversation I had with the ladies before this segment started, can you interrogate or investigate someone's will after they have died? And if it is found that an illegality was carried out or had taken place, who is assumed, or who does the responsibility fall on? Who takes responsibility for those illegalities?
When you detect that there is any fraud or any illegality, go to court and challenge. Once the court declares so, then report the matter to the police.
And if anyone is to be held responsible, the person is already dead. Who is held responsible for that?
You are talking about the one who made the will.
Yeah.
And then what he does.
If there's an investigation into the contents of the will, and there is found to be an illegality, perhaps they had put things in there that they didn't own.
Then you see, that is where,
and then what happens?
No, it becomes a nullity. Therefore, the person goes with that nullity.
Okay.
But the question is that anybody who will benefit from it will recover it.
If it is found that Sir John did not own those properties,
seriously,
and Ramsar, what will happen?
The lawyer who wrote the will will have the answer. Question to answer. You see, it's your responsibility as a lawyer to interrogate those who come and then tell you that I own this, I own that. If you're a serious lawyer, and then all of a sudden somebody comes and say that I own the airport, so I'm giving the airport to my children. As a lawyer,
that's a big
you start
forever.
ask the question. What kind of airport are you talking about? Can you bring the documentation? Do due diligence. That's why I'm saying that this is a joint will. If really. And I'm doubting, because if Ali will a lawyer allow another lawyer to write his will, it doesn't happen.
So you think he wrote it himself?
Then why is one lawyer say that I wrote it for Sir John?
Is it allowed for someone who is a lawyer to write their own will?
You can, but lawyers don't. You know, we take into consideration that we know that it's a confidential piece of document. Why should I allow my friend lawyer to know what I have and I'm giving to? If that my friend lawyer goes to betray me. So you want to keep it. You can use your friend lawyer as an executor and then meet a witness, but walk to a lawyer. And you know the value of property that you are disposing, the legal fee is the percentage. So if you have a value of property, maybe $1 million, how will a lawyer go and give maybe 2, 3, 4 billion for another 10? That he can do it, which is not legal. You see, these are some of the things you interrogate.
Okay. I'm sure there are more questions.
Unless maybe the lawyer is a close friend. So pro bono. Oh, Charlie, your mom na.
Okay, so more questions, and I'll make this really quick. Kav, please, can you put me in your will? I'll return it back as soon as possible. I think I stand with this this guy. Ade, I'm with you. Kav, put us in your will. Bring it back as soon as possible. You see, you can't talk. Hello.
What if the property belongs to Sir John? What if the Achimota and Ramsar stuff actually belongs to him? He has legal title to it.
Then so be it.
Okay.
You can dispose of
Can
it.
any lawyer write a will for you? Can I pick on any lawyer, or I have to go?
Oh no, any lawyer.
Any lawyer.
Any lawyer.
You're all trained to.
Yes,
work on
definitely.
wills. Okay.
You see,
As soon as they walk out of Makola.
Yes, you can. Every lawyer. Every lawyer can.
Is it mandatory to give all your children part of your property? All your children?
No, it's not mandatory. You can decide to discriminate.
Okay.
Can I give guns to people as part of my property? Sir John gave some guns to some people. 5 pump actions. Can I give guns out?
It's highly irresponsible.
But can I?
You can't. Because you see, you acquired it through a process of licensing. So you have to make sure that if you want to give, then go through the process and let those licensing authorities know that you are transferring. So it's not something.
How about my social security benefits?
You can.
But what about if the beneficiaries on that thing is the beneficiaries to say Valerie and Thelma, and then I give it to you?
You see, those who are beneficiaries, maybe states, they will prevail over
whoever they gave it to. Okay, anymore.
My grandmother gave my father a land, and my father died without a will. Who will inherit the land, children or the family?
Your
grandmother gave land to the father,
yes.
and the father died without a will.
Then
will take effect. Okay, PNDC law has a lot. What's with a person without a will? My parents are still struggling to share what's been left for them, though there's a will. They are not willing to go legal. I'm not quite getting what the question,
they don't want to go to the court. So those who are supposed to benefit should go to the court and then get them to share.
Okay.
If they don't, they will take that power away from them.
I think at least once a month, Lawyer Ampao should be on the show to educate us more on more legal matters in Ghana, being very educative and interesting. GTV, you do all. Thank you. We appreciate that comment. Good morning. What happens to the property of a man who hasn't married his wife by law but has a property? Can the wife and kids benefit? So if you're not married, how is she like your wife?
Oh, but a side chick can benefit.
A side chick can benefit from a will.
Yeah, you see, side chick can benefit. If the man says that I give my house to a side chick, who are you?
Okay. Because
it is property. Only when the man dies without the side chick cannot benefit.
Oh. 111 will not save her.
Yes, not save her. 111 only goes for married women. Side chicks don't benefit.
Okay.
So side chick, make sure that once the man is alive, fight for your own.
Okay. And so if you have 4 wives, how PNDC 111 help?
The law will treat all of them as one.
One wife?
Yes.
So a quarter share?
Yes. So for example, if you have 4 wives and you have one house, all the 4 will take the one house.
Own the house. So it's best they share. They sell it and share it.
They sell it.
Okay.
That's what happens.
More questions.
The law doesn't say wives. It's a wife.
Okay. All right.
How do we share a property we have no papers to claim? Papers with a shesumame and owners are dead.
No proof of title.
Then you take steps. Because you see, we have called possessory title. And when you are on the land for so many years, when you are on the land for so many years, and even nobody is coming to become an address owner, then in law, possession is like ownership.
Okay,
possession 90% ownership.
It's like ownership.
Possession is like ownership.
Anymore.
I think
90%.
Perhaps my very last one.
Okay.
If the notes found in a secured place of a deceased, it was not officially a will, can that be used to share his property? So if I leave a note in my wardrobe and as in the process of cleaning out, it is found that, Thelma actually wants her brother to get her phone.
No.
Does he get it?
But it doesn't meet the requirements.
Okay.
It's concern. That note will be termed as concern.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you written your note, I wish to give my house to my wife, and there's no witness. It's not a will.
It's not a will. What if somebody wants to know, what does forever mean? Is it?
Forever means that so long as the person lives, he enjoys that property.
So why didn't you just say that forever means there's no?
No, forever means he doesn't want to limit the number of years. Some people limit. And you have a will where the person says that I give to my wife for 10 years.
And then
after that, you should go to people. After that, after 10 years, you go to the rotation.
Is that legal?
Yes, it's legal.
Wow.
We are learning new things.
And then my father will read like this. I give my house to my children. My wife can stay in. The day he marries, she should leave. And give allow the children to stay.
The lawyer said,
There are some men who are so jealous. But it's very painful.
And that's a legal will?
It's a legal will.
That the moment she marries, she leaves the house.
But why should another man come and enjoy your
But you're dead.
wife?
You're dead.
No, it's painful for somebody.
My
to
brother,
enjoy
you
your
can't
wife.
be feeling the pain in the grave. You're dead.
Look, you have not experienced some before. It's very
No, I have not been dead before. But I mean, if you are dead,
your wife and at the same time sleep in your house.
No, but he's dead.
He's dead. Your spirit lives.
But the spirit has nothing to do with the woman.
You experience the pain.
That's a bad
in the grave. It's so easy.
Okay, we're wrapping up. Last message.
Last group. I'll read all. What's the difference between the last testament that's been answered? Kafui asked the lawyer, when a power of attorney given to someone and not revoked, can the person who gave this power take over without notice? That's an interesting question. If you say PNDC law, is it the Rollins PNDC? Yes.
PNDC law. He's working from the grave.
Yes.
What's the time frame or duration to claim ownership by staying on a land for long? Because you said Shesumame, so how long can someone stay in your property or a piece of land before they can lay ownership claim to it? If there's a scramble
12 years.
on 12 years.
Yeah.
12 years is the short term. There's a scramble on the properties of my father by family members. As the only son, what should I do to inherit some?
Go to court.
Find a lawyer.
Go to court.
Go to court is the answer. And that's it. Good morning. My mom was having a property before she died, but that I was just 3 months. But the family took everything. Can I go to court? Please, lawyer, kindly let me have your number for more information. How can people
you can go to court.
Go to court. Yes, and if you want to go, firm, Heritage Law Firm. Go look for them, East Legon. Mr. Ampao, it's been fantastic. You've really opened our minds. What's your final point on this issue?
I'm saddened by the turn of events, what has happened to St. John's will, because a highly confidential document is now all over social media, and unfortunately, we have a challenge. The law was built in 1971, and we didn't anticipate that there will be social media and internet. So the law have not catch up. The internet and this thing
has overtaken the law.
Good.
Okay.
And now, what is happening is that it discourages a lot of people from making will. As I speak, I can tell you, a lot of politicians who have made will go and retrieve them. Oh yes, definitely. If you are alive as a politician, and you have disposed of your property and Sir John one is trending. What do you do?
People are taking out their will.
So what they will now do is they will be making whilst they are alive. If Sir John have made a deed of gift, this thing will not happen.
You give his guns to
somebody?
Yeah,
gift. You do a deed of gift and you give. Nobody reads it. So a lot of people will now stop making will, and definitely those people in public figures and people will say, "Hey, Sir John case is a test case."
It's a test case.
Because Ghanaians will definitely be interested in if a public figure dies.
But then you are dead and you would know. But thank you so much. The spirit. Mr. Maurice Ampao, thank you so much. He's a lawyer with Heritage Law Firm. He's a managing partner. He used to teach back in the day, 5 different universities. He's still teaching us right here. Thank you so much. If you missed the conversation, go to Ghana Broadcasting Corporation's Facebook page. Right now, the link is there and you'll see the conversation. You can listen to the conversation and share it to those who need this education. We've got a conversation coming up on the Yellow Couch with Valerie and her guests. And I think maybe this beauty in the house. We'll everywhere.
Welcome back, guys, and interesting and insightful conversation on wills, guys. I want to be in someone's will forever. I like the forever bit. Okay, so away from wills, we're going to be talking about something educative, and that's going to incorporate our children, opening them up to new possibilities and different insights. Joining me on the Yellow Couch, I have a beauty queen. A beauty queen. She's beautiful. Former Miss Malaika 2018, Mariam Owusu-Poku joins us, and I have Mr.
Matei Bastarda.
So I have Mr. Matei Bastarda in studio, and tell us what this is an opportunity for children between the ages of 11 to 18 years. Before all of that, 4 years, you wore the crown of Miss Malaika 4 years ago. How has that been? You're beautiful.
Thank you so much. So are you. I love your outfit, by the way.
So 4 years. Tell me how the journey has been.
It's been nothing but great. I have enjoyed every single moment of that experience, and you'd be surprised to know, even till today, I still...
Hold on. Okay, yes. You have our ears. We were having difficulty with the sound, but it's fixed now. It's technology. Yes, it's better. Right.
Yeah, even till today, you'd be surprised to know I still enjoy the benefits of being Miss Malaika as far back as 2018. I think even having this opportunity to be a part of the SIPS and First Apaja program, which is the summer camp in Switzerland, I think I owe it all to Miss Malaika Ghana still. You know, because of my experience with working with children. Back then, when I was doing my project, that was the Books for Change project.
That was your project as queen?
As queen.
Okay.
Which was basically to inculcate the habits of reading into kids, you know. So when it comes to children, I think I have some, level of experience.
Right.
And when this summer cup was coming up, they thought, oh, okay, Mariam has, worked with children before, so she is, more of like a perfect
an ideal person
exactly for the project. So I just came in to partner with SIBS and First Apaja to make this, summer campus access and to give the children the opportunity to floor.
Okay, so I'm going to. Why Switzerland?
Well,
Matej,
actually,
you want to,
if I can come in here, Swiss International Boarding School actually is the school that started this project. We said we want to give kids opportunity, and just like actually Mariam said, it's the experience she had that in the end brought her to the business world as well. So it could be just the Miss Malaika beauty pageant, but in the end she has so many different experience because of that. It opens door for her, and it's the same here. So we are inviting kids to come to Switzerland for 2 weeks to get that international experience that will open new doors for them as well.
Okay, and Ghana is the first country in Africa to benefit from this partnership. We've had countries like Brazil and Ecuador. Why is Ghana your preferred choice? Why?
We just had to start somewhere.
Why did you choose
Ghana? And actually, this might as well be, let's say, my personal favorite, because in the past I also lived in Ghana before, about 10 years ago. We already cooperated with some schools. We were helping some local kids as well, and it just came naturally as well. Also, since we were able to partner with Falco Consultants, it was just a match made in heaven.
Right, and so Mariam, how's the selection process like? Is it open to all children who fall within the age bracket 11 to 18 years? Is it for all children? Is it open to every child in Ghana?
It's actually pretty straightforward. Once you're within the age bracket, that's from 11 to 18 years old. It doesn't matter if you're from an institution like a school, or if it's just the parents who wants their child to be a part of this program. Any child really within the age bracket can be a part of the summer program.
Right, and so what's the process to get to you? How do we...
We try to make it as simple as possible. There are 2 ways you can come in contact with us. One is over the SIBS website, so it's sibss.ch. You have the contact us form there. You can fill it out and we will put you in contact with our partners here in Ghana. Or you can contact them directly. I don't know the number by heart, so I just hope it's going to be on the screen as well.
It will, I'm sure it will be on the screen.
So just first Apajar Consultants. You can call them and they have all the information. They're going to guide you through the whole process. We just try to make it as simple as possible for all the kids and the parents that would like to apply to that.
Right, and via online, the forms are at sibss.ch. That's where we can get the forms. Okay, and so how long is the summer project? How long is this?
This will take 2 weeks, between July 18th and August 5th. But we actually believe that due to this experience that kids will have, they will prolong it, I will say, into the full year at SIBS as well.
Amazing stuff. So if children are interested, or parents or guardians are interested for their children to take part in this, it's going to be, it's not an exchange program.
No,
it's where we are going to maybe learn a different culture, different things. Do we have to, should I be like a science student? Do I have to be an art student when it comes to the educational bit?
Not necessarily.
It's open to everyone, because we believe here you have so many potential, so many different options opening for you. We are here to open the minds of the students. That there is a possibility in basically anything they like to turn it into business in the end, to get that international experience, to learn words of different languages, because Swiss International Boarding School is located in Leukerbad, where we have French and German as native languages to the area. However, of course, everything is taught in English language, because we are an international school. And having Mariam and also Sina Sol, for example, just gives them the opportunity. Yeah, of course, it's fun. You know, they will meet some celebrities and so on. They will hear their stories, how they came to actually make what they love into a business, you know, make it a good opportunity. And it doesn't need to be arts or music or fashion. It can be so many different things. For example, Switzerland is known for banking, right? It's known for chocolate. It's known for cheese. So we're going to take them through all those. They will have some lectures from banking in Switzerland. They will visit the chocolate factory. They will visit the cheese factory as well. We will go to Charlie Chaplin Museum, for example. They will just go experience the traveling, the hospitality. So there are so many different aspects that they will experience that, you know, it will just show them anything you like doing can be turned into a future for you.
Nice. It sounds interesting, and I'm over the age bracket. Okay, and I know Sina is a role model for lots of female teenagers here in Ghana, and so she's coming on this project as
she is. We're coming on this project as basically big sister figures, you know, for the children, just to share our experiences with them.
Okay, and what, Sina is not here, but what were some of the activities that you lot have planned?
Oh, a lot. Like Mate said, going for the, you know, lovely excursions, just going through, you know, Switzerland, just enjoying the culture, and, you know, going through the country, you know, just experience how the Swiss people live. And I'm also looking forward to, you know, the Ghanaian kids teaching our culture to the, you know, Swiss children, our music, our food, our language, you know. So it's a two-way street. You learn from me, I learn from you. It's going to be exciting, and there's going to be, what does summer camp without? So there's going to be competitions, we're going to have games, football, tennis, badminton, swimming, horse riding. There's a lot planned, you know, for the strip for the kids.
So now let's come to the important bit for guardians. Let's talk cash. How much are we looking at? If I'm looking at sending my child or my ward to the summer camp, how much am I looking to?
I would actually just forward this question to our partners here in Ghana, Falco consultants. Anyone who wants to have those information are more than welcome to contact them, visit their office, and they will have all the information.
Okay, so for this information, when it comes to the cash bit, we can go on the cibss.ch
and you can write to us there or just call directly to the office here.
Okay. And then how do we go about visas? After the children are selected, how many children are we even looking to select? Is there a cutoff point?
Well, we are aiming for 20 to 30 kids to have for this summer camp. Of course, if the interest will be much larger, we can actually do 2 terms or something like that as well. As for the visa process, of course, we will have a pre-selective, let's say, interview with the kids and the parents as well, just to see their motivation, see how they would fit in the program. And with all those selected kids, we will help them, of course, through all the visa process and everything. We have all the details, what kind of papers are needed and so on, what are the deadlines to apply to have the visa on time. Because we need to know it is a process that takes some time.
One other thing most parents are going to ask is, how safe are children going to be when we put them into your care for 2 weeks?
Oh, I mean, Switzerland itself, it's one of the safest countries. Loiker, but within Switzerland, again, one of the safest villages you can find. It's a small village, everybody knows each other. But of course, we are a boarding school, so we have many underage kids on our campus that also live with us for the full year, for example. So we kind of take on that parenting role for them as well. So anytime the kid is in the boarding house, of course, we also have our own personnel teachers, guardians, let's say, they're 24/7 at their disposal. So anything they need, because we know for the kids traveling so far away from their homes, their families, a lot of them for the first time, you know, they also have this emotional needs that you need to suffice as a guardian, as a substitute parent, let's say. So definitely they will be safe.
Okay, so Mateo, what are you at the Swiss International Boarding School? Are you like a teacher? Are you an administrator?
No, myself,
are you HR?
I am in marketing. I'm director of marketing, so I'm just traveling around trying to spread the word about our school. And all the benefits that the students can have.
We like that. You've stayed in Ghana before. 10 years ago you were in Ghana.
Yes.
You're here now. Yeah. What are some of the changes you see that you like?
Oh, I see so many changes actually. To everybody here. And yesterday I visited the village. I had the opportunity to visit the village where I was living.
What village is that? Which region?
It was in Langma, close to Kokrobite, on the beach side.
Okay.
I mean, and the people are still as nice as I remember. You know, everywhere I go, I'm so nicely welcomed. So I really love it here. I wish I would have more time to spend here, and I hope actually I will return more time.
Keep coming.
But yeah, I see the development. I see many new buildings rising up. You know, and just how the city is actually expanding. I mean, it's amazing.
Thank you. Well, final words before we wrap up, guys.
I would just like to encourage every parent, you know, to enroll their children into the summer camp, because I think it's going to be an amazing experience for the kids, you know, to explore the world and just to see the world in a different light, you know, something different other than Ghana, you know, so they have the opportunity to dream and be inspired by, you know, the culture up there in Switzerland, and also to just have fun.
Thank you. Mateo, final words?
Yes, I mean, I would just like to emphasize the opportunity this is for the students.
Right.
Because this kind of experience not only gives you the opportunity for life, gives you some experience how to improve yourself, but it's also important whenever you're applying, for example, even to the universities abroad, besides the subjects and the grades you have in school, they're going to ask you, what are your experience, what are your industry exposures, and so on. And this is definitely a huge, huge deal that you can also tell them, I have experience, I have seen all the business, how it works, how it runs, and how it develops.
Thank you, lady and gentlemen, for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And so we've been speaking with Mariam Osupoku, Miss Malaika 2018. She's also on this project, and with Sinasol, this is the Swiss Summer Camp.
Yes, please.
Okay, and then we have Mr. Mateo Bastada. He's also from the Swiss International Boarding School, and this is a call to every young person between the age of 11 to 18 years. This is an opportunity for you to experience other cultures, and specifically the Switzerland culture. I mean, there are lots of places to go to, especially the chocolate factories. And so, yeah, this has been our show. And where to get more information is to go on sibss.ch, and that's where to get more information regarding how to apply, visa process, payments, and all of that. The summer camp begins on July 18th to August 5, guys. And this has been our show. Thank you for staying with us, and catch a repeat of the whole show again at 11 p.m. today on GTV. And this is a special roll call to my family on Twitter. You guys are watching us. Before I mention my Twitter family, this is a special birthday message, Giovanni Caleb. Hey, enjoy your day, and it's a Friday too. So to my Twitter family, Rose days AK 0003557 at Kwesi York, Ebenezer Williams, The Morphy, and Ashiboy James. Hey, thank you guys for staying with us. The hashtag throughout the weekend is GTV Breakfast. Have a great weekend.